What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. What's up, everyone? Jump in the box. Come in.
My good brother, how are you? Good morning.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, my man. I'm just about done typing up all your stuff for you. I'm going to send it over from what everyone told. What everyone
Say
wrote.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I just put together a decent little article and then ran it through the Listen AI to create an audio after Sean had a very good point there in the Telegram group of it's kind of hard for some of us to read it while we're going down the road, so creating an audio file would be so much easier. So
Did you do it over YouTube or just a regular audio file?
it's just a regular audio file. So I use an app called Listen AI, and you can put any text, any document into it, and it will read it aloud to you like an audiobook. And I didn't realize that it would create audio as well. So I was able to, what I wrote up there was some of the research that I found, because I just did a Google search and I'm like, what's a good app to create an audio from text? And it literally popped up my Listen AI app, and I'm like, it does that? Really? So learned a little something there today, so.
Is it an AI generated voice or is it your voice?
No, it's an AI generated voice. I gave it a nice, sultry, sexy female voice. So, I mean, I know that probably won't do a whole lot for the ladies, but I know a lot of the guys will probably like it. So, it's very easily understood as well. Enunciates the words very well. So.
Hey, Pickle, how are you?
Good, just sitting here tracking that down 75 right now.
Very nice.
Where are you at on 75? What state you in?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, you're just a little south of me.
No. Yeah, I started in Tennessee, or Mississippi. Tennessee is where I picked up yesterday. And then, I could have done another 200 miles if it wasn't for this truck. But I popped in at 5:35, had about a half hour left on my clock, stopped for the night, and then got them this morning around 5:30ish, hit the road running. I got about 67 more miles to rock out, deliver, then pick up my next load in Lakeland and start tracking back towards South Carolina. But I'm going to stop in Brooksville at the exit off 75. I think it's 308, I think it's the exit. My wife's going to come up and stay the night with me in the truck.
Attaboy. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm in Augusta, Georgia.
I'm headed to Anderson, South Carolina after I pick up my next load.
I know right where that is.
Yeah,
Got a good buddy from high school. He lives in what? With the company you're with?
Yeah. JB Hunt sent me an email because I forgot to update update my phone number with them after I changed my number. And sent me an email offering me $10,000 for incentive for contract sign on. Owner op, because I own my own truck. I'd be bringing my 06 International on. And 50 to 60 cents on the fuel discount. And I'm going to probably do their 70-70 program. So it's 70% of the line haul, 70% of the fuel surcharge. I feel like that would be a good benefit because if I can do the 65%, and I'd get 100% of the fuel surcharge. But doing 70-70, I don't see the difference.
I got you.
So I really don't. You know what I mean? If I do 65 and do 100% of the fuel surcharge, still, if I do the numbers, I'll probably come out the same as 77. I think. I haven't done the numbers.
That's one of those ones where it irritates me because they're already pulling 70% of the line haul, and then to pull 70% of the fuel or 30% of the fuel, I mean, you're getting 30% of the line haul and you need 30% of the fuel, and you're paying, and you know the carrier's paying for the fuel. It just doesn't. Yeah.
Well, I haven't made my decision yet. I'm still on the fence with it because I really want to run the numbers to see how I'm going to come out. And the lowest thing they got on the board is about $2.25 a mile. Right now, everything that they're pretty much all the owner ops are pushing around for pulling is around $3.80, $3.50 to $4.25 a mile. So that's about the average.
On the line haul rate?
Yeah.
On the line haul rate? And what do they? Yeah. How do they base their fuel surcharge? Is it $1.25 base?
Yeah, it's $1.25 base.
Okay. And then what are they? I mean, what are they basing their mile per gallon off of? Fleets? Their fleet or what?
I think their fleet.
And do you know that number by chance? What their fleet average MPG is? No.
No, I don't. But I can
Did they send you any kind of a fuel surcharge sheet?
He said in June he'll send all that over to me.
I got you.
So, but they do have me locked in for the $10,000 sign on, but you don't get all that
right.
lump sum.
Right.
Broke out. It's in your settlements every week.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, like me and my wife were talking about, it wouldn't take me. I'd be able to do 700 miles a day, no problem, and not push myself as hard and run my clock all the way down. She's like, "How?" I trucked at 75. It's not covered. Out on these interstates, when I got wide open road, I'm not stuck to the right lane like glue. I can ride that middle lane. Let that come in straight.
Right.
Plus, I probably get a little bit more leeway with how I do it. Because I mean, when I stop, I always go off. I try to manage my time as much as I can with this clock. Really do.
That's not a bad sign-on bonus, though. I don't know how they pay it, but it's not bad at all.
No, because they're right now. JB Hunt's begging for owner ops right now. They're like they're doubling their demand for owner ops right now. I'm gonna assume it's because of all the licenses they got pulled. That's what I'm assuming it's about. You know.
Those guys' retention rates are above 90%, some above 100. So they're always looking for owners.
Yes. Yep.
But if it works for you, it works for you, man. There's nothing wrong with working for some of the big boys. You know, it gets you what you need.
Well, and I mean, a lot of the owner ops that I've talked to from JB, none of them really complain. You know,
Yeah.
Any of them that move on that I've talked to, because I got a buddy of mine, and the reason he moved on from JB Hunt is because he found a company paying him 88%. But he said he lost all the other perks that came with that, you know, the tire perk and the fuel perk and all that.
Are they giving you benefits like health insurance at all?
No, because you're not. It's all
You broke-
Well, are you wanting to run under your own
It's all
numbers?
taken.
Are you wanting to run under your own numbers or someone else's?
I'm gonna run up.
Are you trying-
I have an MC and I have a DOT. It's
Right,
the
well, that's why I
insurance
was
that-
asking,
it's the
'cause I
insurance
think you
that got
have
me,
that.
okay? They wanted 70 grand.
I know.
Yeah, they wanted 70 grand for one truck and one. Man, I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm better off going back to
Well,
Hotshot.
then, you know, why don't you go run under Landstar instead of JB Hunt?
1 year. I don't have the year on my license. Remember, my
Oh, you gotta
license
have a
got
year?
reissued to me. Yeah, you gotta have a year.
Well, can you go back and prove that with your old license? Because didn't you have a CDL before?
Yeah. So, yep. I have two people that will vouch for it, but I don't know if Landstar won't accept it. They want it on the DMV record. Is what they
It'll have to be for every carrier.
Oh,
Nobody's going to take somebody's word for it
Yeah.
because
well, no, what I thought was, don't you have, is it a different license number or something?
Yes, it is.
Can
Completely
you get a
different
report from the DMV showing that motor vehicle record?
license. Yep, I got one. State of Florida wiped that record of me ever having that CDL.
because
Oh.
They did
he
it
did
to the other 15 drivers too that got it the same way.
he didn't obtain his CDL legally.
No, technically it was
So when you do,
but
he paid the lady $500 cash under the table for her to go in the system and get a CDL, like a lot of these states and stuff have had people doing that in the DMV.
I got you.
So
Okay.
you paid
That's
for
what
it,
I argue.
and
Yeah.
you got it
I
and you
argue.
paid for it, but you didn't do it right, and you knew that when you did it, Justin.
Well, I argued it with the state though, and they seen my point because when I got my CDL, it was before they required you to take the schooling. So either way, I would have paid $500. I would have paid $170 or $180 at the DMV, or whatever, $86 at the DMV, $86 at the DMV, and then $300 at the college, or for an instructor to give me my driven test.
So now looking back at it, so now looking back at it, do you see that doing it the wrong way didn't pay off? That you should have
Oh,
just
yeah,
done it
definitely.
the right way to start with,
Uh,
and you wouldn't be
Well,
in this boat.
technically, the
That's
only-
why cheating the system never works.
Technically, the spot that I skipped, Rocky, was taking the driven test with an instructor. That's the only step I skipped.
Okay, but
The
you
only
still,
one.
at the
I
end
took
of
the
the
written.
day, you still
took the
cheated the
That's it.
system at the end of the day and didn't do it the way it's
Yeah.
required to be done, and it resulted in where you're at today, right? You tried to skip a step, and now you're 10 miles backwards because you skipped that step.
that's all. I gotta agree.
That's
with
what
you,
it comes
Justin.
down to.
I gotta agree with him. It's you know.
You
That's,
tried at
But
the end of
if
the
I would
day.
have went in there with a lawyer, I probably would have been able to win it over.
Nope.
but I tried to
Nope.
do it
No.
myself.
No,
Nah.
because there's procedures and the
Yeah.
way to do it, and you didn't do it.
The
Okay,
only
you tried to
step
cheat
I
the
did was
system.
the instructor. And that's what we were
Right.
sitting there talking about. They should have just let me take the driving test and been done.
Well, but see, this is where I've talked about in some of the podcasts that we've done. I understand the instructor did it. At the same time, you knew that you were skipping a step. And you could have stopped the instructor and said, I ain't doing this. We ain't messing with this.
I want to do it right.
What happens when this comes back on me? Because the instructor now has the money. You don't have the experience. And they're sitting over there laughing all the way to the bank. Is
Right.
what happened. That's what happened.
I mean, I understand all that.
Yeah. No, I was
Experience
just
wasn't
wondering.
my problem,
I didn't
though.
see. I didn't know that that's what had happened to you, and that's why
Yeah,
I
it was
thought
one of
it was
those
just
deals.
something else. But that being the case,
Well,
yeah,
time-
you're not
that-
gonna.
Yeah, and the thing was, time was money at that time. And I had to go. I ain't gonna have time for all that.
So how much money had you lost now compared
gotta
to
go
what
there,
you
Rocky, don't you?
compared to what you made? What did this end up costing you in the end by not
I
doing
lost-
it right the first time?
I lost 785. That's what I lost.
Oh no
By not doing it
no!
right.
No, I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about the
You
money
lost
that you could have been making.
$785, but how much
Right.
revenue have you lost?
Oh,
Like
I
if you
haven't
had
lost
that
any revenue.
license, if you had the license the right way, could you have already taken
I-
your truck, went to Landstar, or went to another
Well, I
company,
could- yeah, well,
whoever?
Landstar, yeah.
I'm just saying, and made a whole crap ton of money. Since you're wanting to do a lease thing because of your insurance,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, I've like I said, I've lost. I guess revenue-wise, I've probably lost about $700-800, $1,000 not doing it the right way.
You've lost thousands and thousands of dollars in revenue because now you're at a position where you should have been able to take one of your trucks and been leased to a company a year or longer ago. Now you've got to wait a year to do that. So look at all the revenue you've lost. Doing what you did has cost you a year of having to start over because you tried to cheat the system. And Justin, at the end of the day, it all comes down to personal accountability.
That's it.
You screwed up.
I never said I wasn't responsible for my own actions. That never came out of my mouth. I just don't agree with the way
No,
the
we're-
state handled it. Because if you want to be technical about it,
There is
they
a
need
well.
to,
Hold
they
on.
need to. Well, hold on, wait a minute.
All
Let me finish
actions
this,
have
because
consequences. All
actions
actions have consequences,
Exactly.
both positive and
here's
negative.
But here's my thing. If they wanted to address me like that, then they need to address that guy that was born in 1979 in the same exact way they addressed me. They should take his license too, because he was grandfathered in and all he did was get handed his CDL. You see what I'm going at? Had no experience and they just hand him the CDL. That's how Florida
Okay,
does
but
it.
you weren't you
If
did,
you're
if
before
you
a
had
certain
gotten
year.
yours if you had gotten yours in 1979, you would have gone through the same process he did.
No,
Okay.
Right, but
Just
you're
like
you're not
mine,
gonna
just
get
like
your
mine,
driver's
Justin.
license.
No different
so
than
they-
You
mine.
didn't catch what I was saying. You didn't catch what I was saying. So my dad, when he went and got his CDL in 1992, 93 in Florida, I believe it was 93 because he wasn't with us. We were living with my grandma. All my dad did was walk into the DMV. He paid them $62 and walked out with his CDL.
And he got a chauffeur's
required.
license, which
Yeah,
was
you're
then
talking about
grandfathered
Class A.
into the CDL.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? I missed it by 1 year. I got mine in 94. So
Yeah.
I was not able to
I
get
missed it by
to
4
do-
years.
to do
Yeah.
that. I had to do different than the guy just the year before me because the law changed, the regulations changed. So life is not fair. The way the guy got his chauffeurs in 1932 has nothing to do with the way we have to get it today.
Yeah.
right?
Well,
You knew what you had to do at the time you got yours, and you knew it was not right. There's no one to blame except yourself.
And I never blamed
well, and see,
anybody
there's a
else.
reason why they changed that, though. Think about this, though. The chauffeur's license was granted to limousine drivers, along with commercial drivers.
Yeah, and bus
there is
drivers.
a huge difference between driving a bus, a limousine, and a semi-truck that's a combination vehicle. And that is why they changed up from chauffeurs to a commercial driver's license based off classes with certain endorsements to make sure that these people were being issued licenses that knew how to operate the pieces of equipment that they were operating on the roadways, and not just letting any old jackrabbit in the seat. So there's a reason why we had to do this. And once again, actions have consequences, both positive and negative.
Yep.
All we're saying, Justin, nothing against you. I think this is more along the lines of anybody that's listening.
Right.
If you want to try to cheat the system, you get what you got, what you give. It's eventually going to come back and get you. So
yeah, and I'm not just picking on you either, Justin. I know a lot of people did this, and I guarantee you there was more than the 15 that you went with. When you did it from that same lady. I'm sure there was a whole lot more.
Oh, I'm sure she was making thousands of dollars off that ride.
Well, and a lot of it had to do with we never thought it'd be a problem because it was COVID. So getting into the damn DMV was a hassle to begin with. That was a whole big issue we were all having with COVID. Had everything shut down.
Yeah, look, the scam-demic that they came up with has hurt so many people in this country and has allowed what we have kind of looking at here to more easily come about because of where a lot of the small businesses were shut down due to the fact that they couldn't withstand the closures. They didn't have the wherewithal. They didn't have that kind of financial backing that a lot of these, mega companies have. And that's why what happened. So
yeah, then what I like, so with my business, we did that SBA thing, not the PPP, but we did the SBA thing, and I had 4 employees that we paid on payroll. You know what they sent us? They sent us $2,000. That's what they sent us. But each one of my employees at that time made $1,000 a week. And what was $2,000?
Oh, look, the company I used to work for, this one here is going to twist you up. The company I used to work for got $1 million because we had, I don't know, somewhere around a total of 100 employees. Okay, these weren't all drivers. We're talking mechanics, office people, everything. And he got, because you could see, publicly who got what. And we were told we couldn't get a raise. And then when we found out that the Triple P program he took advantage of and got $1 million, and then the government came in and pulled their grant as they did and waived the payback. So, hold on a minute. What's up, bro? We're going to be about 69 right here. So I'll hop out here once we get about a good full pile and a half done, and then I'll start taking a look at it as we're backing up between EV. Loading up blood meal. But yeah, that's the bullshit part about it. You see all these companies that got the Triple P, and then they ain't had to pay any of it back. It's free money.
Well, that's like when Helena hit here in Florida. When Helena flooded my shop, and I took a $70,000, $65,000 loss. That was everything. That was the last of what me and my wife had. For that.
Right.
And obviously, FEMA doesn't help small businesses. That was flat out publicly put out. So when I reached out to the SBA, I couldn't even get my application accepted in so I could talk to a loan officer.
Right.
And they made it so damn complicated and hard for absolutely no reason.
Oh no, they made it
And
for
my
a reason,
insurance,
so that the people that don't have the wherewithal can't apply for it. That's what they. That's what
yeah,
that.
and my insurance. I mean, that was my very first phone call was to my insurance. You know, I popped him $30,000 a year for garage keepers insurance. That's what I paid. And when I called them, they're like, "Yeah, you're not covered, Mr. Thomas." I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah." I said, "All this money that I've gave you all year, and I've never made a claim. Now I need it, and I can't use it."
Yep.
That's why you have to look at your insurance policies and make sure you have everything you need. Okay, I have to do the same thing with mine. My liability doesn't cover certain things, so I have to have these add-on deals. I have to have, like with my van, for the liability on the van, it covers the van, but it covers nothing inside the van. No tools, no shelving, none of that. Okay, I have to have a separate policy for that. And you know, the insurance agent should have gone through that stuff with you, but then again, it comes back to you have to do research.
If a water main would have broken my shop, I would have been covered.
Right. Yeah. Same thing with my house.
A natural disaster flood. That's a whole separate policy, and it's about another additional $27,000 a year.
Yes, I know. I'm not. This is one of the issues that you know, I can remember Matt and I talking about on the insurance side with just business alone, not even including the trucking side.
Yep.
Just business insurance alone, and the ridiculous premium prices that we have to pay, and you get very little coverage. And then if you have a crappy insurance agent or broker that doesn't give you the full breakdowns and watch your back fully, when something catastrophic does happen, then you're like in your position, Justin. You lose everything. You know,
Justin, do you know
my insurance? The insurance that I paid for my shop and for my business, I had 5 policies, 5 separate policies. The 2 highest ones were the shop itself and the hot shop business. I paid $22,000 a year for the hot shop business. I paid $30,000 a year for the trucking for the garage. Now I had service truck insurance for my service trucks.
Right.
That only ran me about $12,000 a year. Then I had the insurance for the tools for whatever employees or whatever. Right.
Right.
And then my 5th insurance policy was a business policy. If, say, I gave you bad advice and you said, "Oh, I'm going to sue you," that covered that business for that. Those are the policies I had.
I get it.
So
and this is where, unfortunately, we have a lot of bad brokers in amongst us that just take advantage of people. And this isn't just trucking. This is transportation and the entire, I mean, you could just say the entire economy. And the fact that they do not watch out for their customers or their clients as they should. I almost really wish that they would bring in something along the lines like what they do with attorneys and how you must represent your client with zealous. So, unfortunately, though, they don't. It's hilarious how we can make doctors and lawyers be ethical, but we cannot do it for anyone else. Like, that just blows my mind. If an attorney is not being ethical, then you can report them to the Bar Association, and sanctions are usually brought upon them if they do find evidence that they were not being ethical. We do the same thing with doctors. If doctors are not being ethical, you can go and file a report with your state, with the medical board. And then they go after it, no different than the state bar for there. But if we have an insurance broker or a freight broker or whatever that's not being ethical, oh, no, we don't want to do anything against them. Sorry, It's like, why can we do this for law and we can do this for medical, but we can't do this for insurance or transportation? I don't understand that.
I don't either. That's I've said that for years. I don't understand. That's like, I mean, Rocky would know this. In Florida, you know, the mechanic shops are regulated. We actually have a badged, sworn-in police officer that regulates shops. And there's a lot of mobile mechanics that don't even have that motherfucking license. That pisses me off more than anything. I spend $150 every 2 years for that license. And
so explain that to me, because I've never heard of that. Explain that to me. How does that work?
We have to have an MP license, motor vehicle repair license. Any shop, any mobile mechanic, you have to have one. It's a requirement by the state of Florida. So what happens is if that consumer calls into the Department of Agriculture and makes the complaint against your business that either you screwed them, you did this, you did that, whatever it may be, you have to, that officer will come to your, wherever that registered address is, and, you know, try to
do an
resolve
investigation.
the situation and do an investigation.
Right. So there is, then it sounds like the state of Florida has enacted some sort of an ethical rule for repair shops in the state.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So, okay, how is it then that we cannot do this for transportation or with insurance?
That's what me and KSG were talking about, because they, like he was saying, they don't have the 1811 officers that enforce these rules and regulations. And I
do know that with FMCSA, but I think you all have heard me talk about with the FMCSA and how 54% of their budget goes to grants, where they could probably take half of that and bring on more enforcement officers. But why don't we just do this? Why don't we do this on a state-by-state level? If an insurance broker is brokering insurance in a state, or a freight broker is in a state, because I know as an MC, as a carrier, when you become a carrier, you have a new entrant audit that is performed by the DOT of the state that you're in. Why are we not just allowing them to do an ethics with freight brokers or insurance brokers? Instead of doing it under FMCSA, they allow the states to do it. New York State Police performs inspections. Florida State Police and Department of Agriculture performs inspections. Why are we not able to do this on a state-by-state level then with insurance and freight brokers, of where if they're not being ethical, which is the not following any of the rules, where we hear a lot of this broker transparency stuff go on, why are we not doing that on them? I mean, that's a question. Just a question.
Yep. So the FMCSA is an act of Congress. They can't employ 1801s or 1811s. Those are full criminal investigators, and their mandate doesn't allow for it right now. The state level, because it's interstate commerce and it's governed by the Commerce Clause, their authority would be challenged there. But I agree with you. You could do certain task force. You just have to make that kind of permanent. So it's kind of a cluster.
Let me ask this. How does ethics have to do with commerce? Ethics in commerce is different.
So
what I'm saying is if you find a broker, whether it be insurance or freight, being unethical, why are we not able to do that? Because I know of doctors that perform surgery in Kentucky on Ohio residents, or Indiana residents, or West Virginia residents, or Tennessee residents, because all of those states connect along the border.
So that would come down to what's called the private right of action, where an individual can kind of go after a certain company, and it's got to be supported by the U.S. code. Right now, unfortunately, all those regulations, for the most part, from the FMCSA, don't have that protection. And that's why they've been screaming, trying to get that private right of action, so you as an individual can go. Now, if it's fraud, it's a different story. you know. But
Right.
who's gonna
I'm
spend the
not
money?
talking fraud. I'm talking ethics.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know,
Because
I get
my
it.
uncle's an attorney. I have an uncle that's an attorney. I have another attorney on standby. I know, quite a few attorneys from my uncle, and there's ethics that they have to follow. No different than in the medical, there's ethics you have to follow.
Yeah, no, I
So
agree.
that's why I'm looking at the ethical side.
There's no, what you could argue is the fiduciary duty, similar to what real estate agents and financials, are regulated. The broker industry doesn't
Right.
have that. But what's cracking down
No.
is all the, a perfect example would be what's called a PBM in the pharmaceutical industry. The
Yeah.
DOJ and everyone's
Pharmacy
absolutely
benefit managers.
Yep. They are hammering down on them. That's the exact same
Right.
thing that the brokerage industry has. So I was talking to OTR Pickle and saying, I really wish they would create a sister agency that would do the economic fraud side of it, that will have
I'll be
interstate
right back,
authority
guys. I got to check my games.
like an 1811. That's the biggest thing I think that's missing in the whole thing. Not to write DOT tickets, but learn to crack down on all the BS fraud that's been going around.
Oh, which tire blew? Let's go see.
This is where I just look at it. I wish we would have, because, I hear everybody screaming, before the autonomous really come in, everybody was screaming about broker, broker, broker. And there's still quite a few people screaming about broker, broker, broker. And I understand that there is the rule, which everybody's heard me say in videos, that, 371.3 is there. If they're asking you to waive the regulatory obligation, you cannot do that. You can't waive someone else's regulatory obligation. If they're not following that, which we hear a lot of people talk about blacklisting, this is where I'm looking at it going, this would be under the ethics side. Because they're not being ethical by not following the rules and regulations that are in place based off of U.S. code that states the Department of Transportation, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration create these rules and regulations. And that code then makes those rules and regulations legal.
Right.
So if you're not following that,
Yeah.
then you're being unethical, in my opinion. But
Right.
that's
You're
just
talking
me.
about the 1946 Administrative Procedure Act, which literally says Congress makes the statutes, which it doesn't granularly lay out all the laws. It assigns an
Right.
agency to be able to make those rules and regulations, which have the full force and effect of law, which is right. A federal
Right.
law, a federal rule is a federal law. The rest is just semantics.
Right.
I argue that all the time.
Right.
But in terms of the transparency, I'm on the other side of it. And I absolutely just, for macroeconomics, I will tell you it is absolutely necessary. You cannot have a free market without, number one, symmetrical information, like price discovery, and then enforceable contracts. What you're talking about, the ethics and the hammer to drop when someone does something bad. So
Right.
that is absolutely the important pillar of a free market. Right now, you have a captive market where one side
Yes.
has more of the information and they utilize it to the benefit.
Yes.
The numbers prove it. So I love having this
Well, this
debate,
is where, this is where I look at some of this, though, when I talk to some people, and a lot of people I will say are screaming broker, 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 but the biggest problem that I see is not broker, broker, broker. It's the shipper, shipper, shipper. One of the reasons
well, it's
why
both.
it is both, but the shippers are known right now. They're keeping 20 to 30% of the rate that they're charging their customer before they even give that to the broker or the contract carrier. So,
Well,
like
you
when
just look at
Procter & Gamble sells laundry soap to Kroger's, and they say we're going to charge $2,000 a shipping fee, Procter & Gamble keeps usually 20 to 30% of that. So we'll say they're keeping $600. Then they're only putting out $1,600 for the broker or contract carrier to make money off of.
I think you're talking about a distribution center is what is taking that first cut, correct?
Well, no, shippers and manufacturers are doing it as well. So the people that are making the product, they have to get it. They're shipping it, right? So they're moving it from, like, we'll just say there's Plastipack in Jackson Center. They make the big laundry detergent bottles and all of PepsiCo's like 2 liters and stuff like that. And I only know this because I used to pull out of there years and years and years ago, and they're still around. I know quite a few girls that still work up there. But as they're making it and they're shipping it, they're charging for that shipment and then in their price, but they're not moving that entire price over to the broker or contract carrier. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Instead of trying to decipher exactly that amount, just look at the PPI, the Producer Price Index for long haul trucking.
Yes.
At the end of December 2025.
Yes.
So literally the second highest, shippers are paying a premium, but then you look both at spot and contract rates all the way back to 2008, 2009, during the greatest recessions in our lifetime. You do just the CPI, not specific inflation of the industry. Once you factor in that inflation, you are literally in December of 2025, you are operating with less money than you did during the greatest recession in our lifetimes. That spread has gotten larger. So the market forces where everyone says supply and demand, yes, during the pandemic, a lot of capacity came in. But here's the difference with supply and demand. If the freight market is shit and the motor carriers are getting less and less, that needs to correlate with what the shipper is paying. And that is not happening. The shippers are not paying lower. They're actually paying more than they have pretty much around a premium outside of the pandemic. What's called the delta, the spread, is getting larger in the middle.
Yes. Yep. And everybody, what I'm trying to point out, though, KSG, is it's not so much the broker, it's the problem. It's more the shippers that are the problem. The money is there. The money is there.
Well, listen,
it's just a matter you have to get the shipper to pay it.
Right. It's called arbitrage, right? When it gets layered in the middle, when you do a 4PL, 3PL. Say, public companies disclose, like, they will tout 15, 16% of their margin and yield on the load. However, when that goes from a freight forwarder to a sister brokerage or just a brokerage they work with, that's another 15%. Then it goes to the motor carrier, maybe another 15%, and then finally the owner-operator. Well, when you break it down that way, you're talking about 36 to 39% of the load has already been taken off the top. I don't believe. There are some instances, where a broker will take large margins, but it's not the norm. It's how many times it's being layered in the middle, and that's the first problem. The second problem is the privity of contract, meaning a freight forwarder usually has dual authorities or multiple authorities and will take it from the shipper as a freight forwarder. Legally, they have the responsibility of the carrier, meaning if anything goes wrong, they're covering for it. But then they will switch hats, give it to the broker, who then in turn gives it to the motor carrier, but then dumps all the liability on that. And that's where the problems happen. So all the risk is dumped onto the motor carrier, and that's got to stop. Very adamant about this.
I would say are you talking about risk with the cargo, or what are you talking about? What specific risk are you talking about?
When a freight forwarder takes a load, like a 3PL or 4PL, those are just marketing terms. When it comes down to it, it's freight forwarder, broker, and motor carrier. So a freight forwarder takes the load. By law, by federal law, they are legally responsible because they are handling, like they call it managed trans, over the entire from point A to its destination. They legally have responsibility of the freight. They are legally liable for it. That's how they get the contract from the shipper. However, most of these companies have dual authority. So what they do is they will switch it over to their own internal brokerage, to absolve themselves of that liability, and then the broker will dump it to either a co-broker or the motor carrier, and then that allows them to dump all the liability onto the motor carrier. And usually that comes weaponized in a rate confirmation at the last minute, saying you waive all your carback amendment rights, you're responsible for special and consequential damages, all this other nonsense. So essentially the freight forwarder is just using that to get the contract from the shipper, but then it gets passed down the line and all the liability falls on the motor.
All responsibility. Right.
Absolutely.
I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now, yeah.
A point about the transparency, what they argue is USC 14101B, which allows, it's US code that allows a shipper and a shipper and a carrier to waive their certain rights. The problem is the argument by the brokers say that they are the agent for the shipper and stepping in their shoes that allows them to waive that. Well, they got to pick a lane. And this is the problem, because when something goes bad on that load, they'll run to the courts like they do to the Supreme Court and say, oh no, we're a third independent party. We're not liable for negligent selection. You can't have it both ways. If you're the agent, you're not disclosing. You can't go against your own principle that you are the agent for in terms of non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality. It doesn't work that way. Legally, you have to pick a lane. And that's the biggest flaw that they have. Sorry, it's really infuriating. I mean, I've seen so many court cases where motor carriers are getting absolutely destroyed. You look at what happened, the load has been passed between 4 different entities, and no one has a clue who's the responsible party. And I will say to anybody who listen, if you guys don't think transparency is a big deal, it should be your number one issue over autonomous right now. I disagree that autonomous is the number one. We're done. We're heading over the way out. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I thought I muted my mic there.
No, you're good. And I just want to also clarify for the autonomous and the Hirschbach agreement, that is not a binding agreement for 500 trucks. It's a memorandum of understanding, meaning there's an intent to buy it. Nothing is legally binding at this point. While they'll probably move towards it, this is just a PR fucking stunt.
Well, did you see the McLean article? That McLean is doing it as well?
So McLean is doing it now, and just yesterday was the first time ever that it ran like 200 something miles. But, everyone's worried about Kodiak. Well, Kodiak has a whopping sales number of $1.1 million. These companies are bleeding cash. They have I just listened to their earnings call for Aurora. They got $1.3 billion in cash. But guess how much they're burning a month? 220 to 260 million. They're burning cash right now. You know who's the number one shareholder of Aurora? It's the company that claims efficiency, but is actually responsible for the bullshit arbitrage, and that's Uber. Uber is the problem.
I didn't think Uber was the number one.
They're the number one shareholder of Aurora.
Okay.
As of yesterday. So unless it changed today, as of yesterday.
As of yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When I was in that live there a few days ago, we was looking it up and talking about who the shareholders were and the strategic partners and yada yada. I knew Uber was involved, but I didn't think they were number one. So
well, you got some big players. You got BlackRock in there. They did. Yep. And you know what? They're going to continue to spend money. Listen, autonomy is going to come, but at the same time, a lot of people are saying it's already here. I see them all over the roads. Do you know until yesterday how many were on the road completely by themselves doing actual freight, like real freight? Zero. None. The first time McLean did it was yesterday. outside of a minefield down in Texas. I had to dig deep to figure out what up. These autonomous trucks are being trained right now. They're not actually doing commerce-to-commerce, point-to-point freight. They're being trained.
Well,
So I have to clear that up. But
if
people are saying,
that,
right. Sorry, go
well,
ahead, Joe.
Uber Freight literally said there in that expo, they said there at the expo that they offer autonomous as one of their options to their customers.
Right,
So
but it
that,
hasn't
is
been
that,
deployed.
does that
It's
mean
zero.
that they're lying?
It's
I'm just saying,
literally
does
a
that mean they're
PR stunt.
lying?
There's a human behind the truck right now. There's absolutely human, especially when they're crossing state lines. So it is a regulatory issue. But you got to remember, people, I have to clear this up because everyone's like, autonomous is here. It's growing like crazy, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to come in the next 1 to 2 years. Maybe by 2030, you'll have 15, 20% of the hub to hub or terminal to terminal. Well, you're talking like full autonomy, 15 years at the earliest, in my opinion, based off the projections. They can say whatever they want. They are bleeding cash right now. And it's all right. People can disagree with me on that kind of, how fast it's going to evolve, and it is, But you're also switching from negligence of a human to product liability. And product liability does not stop at $5 million. Lawyers,
Right.
It will be inevitable something happens and a tragic accident happens. Right now, like Kentucky has a minimum of $5 million for autonomous if it runs there. Well, insurance companies are all interconnected somehow, some way. So when a nuclear verdict pounds down on an autonomous company, it's going to affect regular commercial insurance companies with less than 20 trucks that can't afford that insurance or are not self-insured. It will affect the rates.
Oh, we know it's going to affect the rates. We know it's going to affect everything. Autonomous
Right.
trucks are going to affect everything. And so if we can agree that everything that you just said is completely accurate and true, that we don't have the movement yet, then right now is the time that we need to come together to stop it.
Sure.
Because that means we're before it instead of after the party.
I agree.
I'd much
ran
rather
some.
know that I need to wear a black tie to a black tie event than to show up in my cargo shorts and my Hawaiian shirt thinking that it's just a social gathering.
Right. I gave info to Sean. I got to clean it up just on numbers so it doesn't get attacked. But you're destroying the interstate economy, right?
Yes.
All the independently owned truck stops, diners, motels, hotels. But that money is not just like the $250 and $300 a week spent by drivers already on outside of their CPMs. You have to what's called the velocity of money. So that money, $300 is essentially, very conservative estimate. The velocity of money is 1.5x. So that becomes $450 because a waitress will take that money, go to the laundromat, go to another store, pay her bill. It's how fast it moves. And you're destroying the rural economies that count on that tax base to run their police, fire, road infrastructure. All that stuff is getting decimated. These autonomous trucks are going to be contracted fuel stations and contracted mechanics that they'll have strategically positioned, and it's going to be a heavily discounted rate. These are big, massive companies. They're not going to pay top retail dollar that these independent, companies do.
Right.
And I just ran the calculation, and it's a massive deficit to the GDP of the country. It's absolutely horrible. And when you really break it down by pallet and piece, all different items, a cereal box, 3 cents per item, a can of soup, 1.5 cents per item, a big flat screen TV, what does it break down to? Literally $1.58 that they save. Yeah, the companies with the theory of large numbers are going to save money. They're not going to lower the price for the consumers. Not a chance.
No.
That will go to corporate coffers.
How are autonomous trucks going to protect their loads?
That's the same thing as ICC. Oh, that's a good question.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear the question.
How are autonomous trucks going to protect their loads? What's going to stop people from getting in front of them and slowing them down to a stop on the interstate and taking all their stuff?
Right now, nothing.
Exactly. I mean, you can't have cops every 3 miles.
No, you don't. You know, if I was a cartel, I'd be in the middle of the desert, wait for one of those things to come up.
You exactly
Slow
right.
down.
There is going to be so many hijacked trucks when they're autonomous. I guarantee you. And there's going to be people on the interstate slowing down to go like 45 just to screw them up.
Oh, I've already said I'll do that. I'm not
too.
going to run one off the road, but I will do my best if I'm out here to have as much fun as I legally can. We'll just put it that way.
Oh, yeah, the minimum on the interstate is 40, and I would go 42. I'll set it on cruise. I got plenty of time.
Rocky and I had a great conversation about, you know, when you talk about personal negligence, somebody behind the wheel is texting, you know, and a tragic accident happens. That person, while they get, you know, the family gets money, but they also want justice because of a lost loved one. The difference is on an autonomous truck, if that AI or radar fails for whatever reason, a programming error or something happened, and a tragic accident happens, someone passes away, that becomes product liability. No one's going to go to jail. They're still going to get the money. There's no justice there.
That's very true.
That's an ethical, moral issue.
The only justice served there will be
that
the corporation will lose its ass.
Right, they'll get money, but at the same time, if you had a family member that
Guarantee you,
lost
I would
their
give up money
lives,
to get my family member back. Yeah.
Right,
100%.
exactly.
Well, this is the
I'd pay any
problem you
amount of
have
money
there
right
with
now
that.
to get my mom
When
and
it
dad
comes
back.
to the insurance side, you have to look at the fact that when a nuclear verdict comes down, you don't get any more than what the insurance policy pays. Because after the fact, even if you were to try to come after them, most of these companies just go through, file Chapter 7 or Chapter 11, and call it a day. And it's washed away by the courts. And the law is already there for it. They just go, yep, it's dead, can't afford to pay it, have a nice day. And so
That's
the
very
only
true.
people
They
that get
have
rich
shell
off the nuclear
corporations.
verdicts are the lawyers.
Yeah.
They have shell corporations holding all their assets, and you can't get to that.
Yeah. And the insurance
So you
company's
pretty
only
much
going to
get,
pay
like-
the $1 million, $2 million that the company's paying for liability. I mean, they're going to pay out the cargo claim if the cargo's damaged.
But
They're
just so
going
you
to pay out
guys
general
understand,
liability or auto liability.
But I mean,
but that's all
you
they're
have
paying.
you have to look at bad publicity on top of that. I mean,
right. That's an extinction level event for a company that's bleeding cash or whatever it is. But if there was an error in the code, then it goes to negligence. And they're not just suing the primary 5 million. They will sue the AI company. They will sue the sensor company.
Right.
They will sue Hirschbach. They will sue the trailer. They will sue everybody until they get their money. And juries award money, guys. It doesn't stop at the 5 million.
No, I'm saying you're only going to get whatever the insurance policy says. That's all I'm saying. Yes,
Right.
if you can get multiple
that's why insurance companies
defendants,
go after the ones with the biggest pockets. So these companies like the AI, LiDAR, radar sensors have deep pockets, you know?
right?
Well, do they? Because like
But that's
Aurora's
also
what,
why they do
780
multiple
million?
defendants.
Isn't Aurora $780 million in debt? And they ain't got no money.
They got 1.3 billion in cash, and they're worth $6 billion. Or no, I'm sorry, $12 billion is their
Well,
market cap.
worth is one thing. Having it is another. All right. I mean,
Right.
Well, right now
So
they still have
if
1.3
they're
billion
worth
shares
12,
available.
and they're a public company, then what happens is that you don't stop there. They get liquidated until the money gets paid. Doesn't stop at their cash reserves, no.
well, if they have that much cash, why are they 780 million in debt? You know,
Yeah.
All businesses run off debt.
They're deep in the hole. Yeah, and I know they.
well,
So-
you
Well,
can
they're
make more money
burning
using other
about-
people's money.
Right, they're burning $220 million a month, or a month or a quarter. I got to look at it, but in
Wow.
cash just to keep up.
They're probably
Yeah.
paying about 6% interest, but they got all the money drawing at least 10 to 12%.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's scary.
Yeah,
That's
see-
the only reason why I keep saying that they're going to try to push more and more autonomous out there faster so they can get that revenue back. I mean, I could be wrong, but that was my kind of thought pattern. If you're going down, right, you need to start bringing revenue back
You're
in.
exactly right, and that's that's the deal with Hirschbach is literally it's not a binding agreement. That's like, hey, the letter of intent, memorandum of understanding, non-binding, to get the PR behind it. You know, they're not bound to purchase those trucks. They probably will, but right now they're not.
They have
You
500,
got to remember,
right? They're adding 500 more.
Did you see
Well,
what? Did you see what
it's a
Hathaway
letter
came
of
out with a
intent.
statement today?
no legal obligation to buy them.
Did you see Cupcake's favorite people, Hathaway, what they came out with today? So they're the port in Georgia, they're gonna railroad it out of Atlanta because they said there's a lot of traffic, and then they also are gonna invest in autonomous. They've signed up with Aurora to move freight off a railroad out to where it needs to be shipped at. I didn't see the actual numbers yet of how many trucks they're talking about putting on there, but they said it was, I want to say it was, don't quote me, but I think it said 200,000 loads, truckloads that they're going to be able to put on rail and then use 200,000 autonomous trucks, not 200,000 trucks, but the work capacity of 200,000 loads to move around the Georgia area. It's a pretty good article. I put it in that Telegram group.
I hadn't seen that yet today.
This would be a great time to mention Mike wants to mention the May 25th Zoom meeting.
Yes, yes. We do have that May 25th. We are hosting it. I want to say this on here again. We are not leading this. FOPT is just hosting the event. It is just so that we can bring together as many people as we can. And since we have the capabilities with our Microsoft Teams, we are hosting that event. It is going to be at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you would like it, there's a video pinned to the top of our TikTok. It has all the information in it. I can't say that myself, Sean has it, KSG, I think I sent it directly to you. Mitchell over at Die Hard Deals has one. Vince, Truckers Unite Now, I sent it to. I think Jane has it over Mike and Jane at WeTheTruckers.com. If you need it or want the direct link and have it sent direct to you, reach out on a direct message to us. I will get it copy pasted into a message for you. So, but it's May 25th at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I will say this, everyone has to have their camera on. We're not doing we want this to be a face-to-face type coming together. So, if you don't have your camera on, you will be, you'll be removed.
I'll be in there for a little bit. That's Memorial Day, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It's Monday.
Okay. I'll be in there for a little bit till probably about 1:30 or 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central. That's my son's graduation party. Is Monday. He graduates Saturday afternoon. So I'll be in there for as much as I can.
Awesome.
He only graduates once.
Awesome,
so-
awesome. Yes, sir. Yeah, well, they only graduate hopefully from high school once, and then you got college,
Right.
doctorate,
Yeah.
or graduate school,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sean and Mike,
Yeah.
are we doing, is there any plan yet is there an agenda for the 25th just yet or no?
Yeah. So our plan is there's a I gotta get done here pretty quick. I'm working on is we're trying to plug in each state statute for each state out of the whole 50. Cupcake and I made a spreadsheet that we're trying to get all that information in there, and that'll be brought up in the 25th meeting. I know you're talking about working on a bill. So what my plan is trying to get a bill that's mirrored. Because there's actually several states that actually has nothing for autonomous. It's like very, very vague. So I was going to have you write up a bill that we can actually mirror, so you can go to each state. I was going to give you that power. If you could work on that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you what I gave Representative Bose, and it doesn't mention autonomous, but it's got poison pills all over it, and I'll explain it. Where it literally makes it almost impossible for them to operate. And I'll share it with you.
Okay, so you think it'd be better to go with that angle then, to mirror that, versus trying to readmit these states that have autonomous, but it's like very, very, very vague.
I'm concerned that while going to the states is great, you got to remember interstate commerce is governed by the Commerce Clause. So if they have enough lobby power, which they do, they can tell the federal government and the FMCSA to allow it, and it'll preempt any state rules. Now, the states could try to stop it, sure, by not allowing them on certain roads here and there. They have the power to do so, but me personally, I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. I don't think saying a ban on autonomous is the right play here. We bring them the economic stuff, but whatever you guys want me to do, I will draft.
I think we just say that. I don't think not necessarily the ban, but what it is it's like the one that I read where they state that you have to have a human operator in the vehicle, and then a human operator be defined as a person that holds a license that is equivalent to the vehicle being operated. So if they're driving a Class 8 truck, which is your standard tractor trailer rig, they have to hold a Class 8 CDL, and they have to be in the truck at all times. See, and that is a workaround of a ban, because at that point, if you're going to pay a CDL driver, Class A driver, to be in the truck, you might as well pay him to operate you might as well just let him operate the truck. So it's kind of a workaround.
And I think that's and I think that's kind of everybody's in agreement on, there's 50,000 people that are homeless. So if you just take them out of the truck, and just wage, like all that'll go hand in hand. So, can you put a human and a machine together? Absolutely. I think that's, because there is some safety stuff that's in there that I think would definitely best, benefit the motoring public. But yeah, to try to say, hey, you know what, stop it completely. Nah, I disagree. They've already invested some money in there. They got all the clientele. So now it's just, how do we keep people their jobs? And,
but don't we want the free economy to work? If there's a demand for the autonomous truck, then let's have it. But we need some regulations. We let an airplane fly with a pilot. It's the same thing.
So that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Is that you still have to have a driver in the seat. That's what I just said. We have to have it defined as it must have a human operator that has a license equivalent to what is needed to operate the vehicle. So if it's a Class A vehicle, they have to hold a Class A CDL, and they have to be in the truck. See, that's what you're asking is what I've already said we do. It's not a complete
I agree
ban.
with it 100%. Yeah, it's 100%. That's the way it should be, safety first. Because let's just face it, if they send it up the highway and the guy goes rogue in like India and decides to crash into a bunch of people because it looks like a video game, who's going to be liable at that point? At least if you're in the truck, the driver can overpower the machine or shut it off and be there to supervise it. But he shouldn't be able to be on duty more than the 14 hours, same regulations, 10 and 11,
Well, this is where I disagree a little bit with that hours of service, and I want to go. That's where when we wrote that petition for FMCSA to just remove the 11-hour rule, keep the 30-minute break, and just run off of a 14:10 clock to help keep the proper circadian rhythm of a person's rest cycle. And I know a lot of people disagree with the 10-hour break, but I'm here to tell you, if you do a proper 10-hour break, and you go in and you eat dinner and you wash your butt and you call your family and then you go to sleep and then you get up and go brush your teeth and pull the boogers out of your eyes and you go through and get your cup of coffee and then you come out and do your pre-trip or post-trip, you're only going to sleep between 6 and 8 hours while you accomplish all those other activities of daily life. So you still need the 10-hour break, because I don't know about anybody else, but I take a little bit longer than 5 minutes to wash my butt. I like to be clean. When I sit down to eat a meal, it takes me longer than 5 minutes. When I call my family at the end of the night and I want to talk to my wife or buddies of mine, if I'm returning phone calls or whatever, it takes longer than 5 minutes. By the time you do most of that, most everybody, you're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 2 to 3 hours.
Right.
And in
Plus
the morning, you need to be able to brush your teeth.
Yeah, nobody just stops and hits the pillow anyway. It's, hell, I always would take a little time, like you said, clean up, wind down a little bit and everything else. And, next thing you look at the clock and hell, I done been there 2 hours, and I ain't even in bed yet.
That's why I say we need to keep the 10. It's because if you don't, and see, this is why I don't understand how, if everyone's having to take a 10-hour break, why do we have so many truck drivers that are having to wear dentures or have teeth problems? Why are so many of them that are not showered? They look like half-made beds. This is where I agree with the 34-hour rule, and I know a lot of people are like, what am I supposed to do for 34 hours? Well, if you work 6 or 7 days, you should have somewhere around 6 or 7 days of laundry. And I don't know about y'all, but when I do laundry out over the road, it's not as fast as at home. I have to put it in the washer, put it in the dryer, you gotta fold it, all of that stuff. That all takes time. And I don't just walk away from my stuff and be rude to the other people and leave it in the washer for an extra half an hour because I decided to go do something else. I try to be considerate of other drivers that are out there. I stay in there. I keep an eye on it. I might be in the TV room, which is right next door to it, but I'm getting up every 5 or 10 minutes to go check it so that I know if it's done so that the next person can go in and do theirs. And then this is also the thing where, like, our trucker longevity program. I'm not saying you have to use that, but you know what? As truck drivers, we need to get our butts out of the seats more and go walk around and do things instead of living a sedentary lifestyle, which is more dangerous to your health than smoking cigarettes. And then 50% of all truck drivers smoke cigarettes, and the national average of people that smoke is like 19%.
Right.
So not only are we smoking and hurting our health, but we're also living a sedentary lifestyle hurting our health. And we all know we have one of the most stressful careers in America, if not the world, and stress is the leading cause of any medical problem. So yes, we need a 34-hour break. We need to stop this. You know what? And this is where I hope everybody goes and looks. Bob Murphy made a wonderful video here. I think it was a year or two ago. And I love Bob for it because he talks about how all the drivers are constantly out here in a fucking hurry. Run, 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 run. They're not taking 5 seconds to go enjoy a good meal or stop and see and get out of the truck.
We're going to watch a movie.
All they're doing is leading to the overcapacity.
Yep.
This is why we need 10-hour breaks and 34 hours. I don't
want to change the subject, but in that meeting, can I count on you to plug people's name in on that spreadsheet for what state they are that they want to what state they need to represent. So if somebody says, hey, I'm from Florida, can you put their name in there and say, for Florida, if somebody's from Tennessee, they can put their name in Tennessee. And then we'll come back and try to collect because I don't want to do personal information, but just a name and a contact info, like an email or something, to plug into that spreadsheet. Is that something you're willing to take?
Are you talking about meeting attendees then? You're wanting a meeting attendee list that has like maybe just their first name and a contact info and another workbook inside the worksheet?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I'll get to that. I'll get on that later today.
Okay. And then we can plug them in
I'll
a
go make
meeting
it
so
note.
that we have their contact, and then we can send the and what part of it they want to do. Do they want to do the petition part, or if they're going to do the part with the trying to get the bill part? So what I'm trying to do is put a number one training across from the whole platform. So our petition runners, we got to come up with a name for like a grassroots kind of system. So those people, how to identify a team to build it around you in your state. So you have one person that's actually taking the bill to the legislature, and then your grassroots runners are going to be the guys that's going to be running around and getting your petition, and how to identify which best part fits them. Kind of like to me, I say an advocate is 90% of the time is listening, 10% is talking. How do you put this guy at an advocate part, leadership, versus putting somebody that's like, hey, you know what, I'm always going to talk and I'm going to get the message out there. They'd be great for a petition, right? Because they're going to be the one that's going to be spreading that information. So you want somebody that, has got that mentality of, this is the message, here it is, sign right here, let's go, next guy, So I'm trying to build a system within the system of how to, best build your team for that state. That's the other thing that we'll put in that thing of who's your group of people, and then we'll start meeting them together. So if we got 20 people in Florida that's going to represent Florida, let's put them in a group and let's start getting them to communicate amongst each other and kind of build that inside network of building their own board there.
Okay. Well, then we'll definitely put something in there then that at the beginning, and I'll add that into I'll put that in the comment under the pinned video that please everyone, make sure everybody's okay with, all we need is a first name and like an email address. We don't have to give out phone numbers, and then the state they're coming from. And then, make sure everybody's, I guess we should maybe see who is wanting to be involved as such before we actually go that full route.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like what part of it that they want to do, and what they want to mostly, mainly commit to. And there's that process again, right? So you got to look at somebody's kind of that reading part and say, okay, you may not be good at the part of the listening and being the advocating side, but let's put you on the petition side because you got it, and that's how we'll kind of name it. They still can get on TikTok and all that stuff, but they still got to learn to do the research and listening and knowing what the ins and the outs of it, right? So regardless, you still got that little bit of a training process, so that way we're all still one mindset and one training. That textbook is like that we were talking about. If you kind of look at it in the religion way, there's not a face to it. It's getting the work done. So, which I'm working on that pretty good. I've got it. I'm getting there. It's just a lot real quick to try to push together. It was like, why aren't you moving faster? I'm like, well, see, here's the deal. I just came across 30. I'm about 96 red lights that I had to go across to go around the toll road, and 3 railroad tracks, 15 school zones. So, I'm doing that as well.
Are you up in like Ohio or Indiana?
Yeah. I'm going around the I-80 and doing
I
some
kind of
research
figured.
over there. I'm just like, man, that's insane margin for like how the autonomous gonna be able to run through those many red lights and not have that figured out when there's like a red light for a red light. Like that's
Sean, are you going to be available later on tonight?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I will be. Okay.
All right, I'll touch base with you.
Okay. Sounds
All right,
good.
thanks, buddy.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yep. You guys have a wonderful day.
You too, bro.
Mike, 86, I'm out of here, dude. 86, I'm out of here.
Do what?
I said,
right,
you have a restaurant.
all
You have a restaurant background, so that's why I'm like that.
Yep. I know what 86
I'm out of
is.
here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
Yeah. All right, KSG. We'll see you later.
Oh no, I'm not leaving. I was just playing with
Okay.
Mike from his
He's
background.
playing with Sean, because my
Yeah.
restaurant background.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had to do something when that went through in '08. Man, that was tough on trucking, and it was like, wow, it. I mean, I was without a job, and I mean, I still had the construction side to bounce back off of, but there wasn't a whole lot of building going on either. Nobody really had a lot of money because, I mean, gas prices back then were $5 a gallon, and it was tough. And I managed, actually, the way I got the job was I would also do repair for restaurant equipment and stuff. And I just happened to walk into the one restaurant. Their steamers had went down, and so I stepped in there to, fix the steamers and stuff. And I just got to talking, because obviously everybody knows I like to talk. We can all make jokes about it. I can blame my mother because she put a silver spoon in my mouth when I was like 4 years old. So, anyways, but just got to talking with the managers, and I was like, so how's things been going? And they were, struggling, and can't find servers, can't find bartenders, can't find cooks. They need another manager, yada yada yada. And I was like, well, I mean, I can serve and bartend for you if you need, And I was like, if you guys need me to cook a little bit, I can work a little part-time hour. I like money. And they were like, really? And I was like, yeah. I was like, Friday, Saturday nights, I'll come in and whatever you guys need. And next thing you know, about like 4 months later, they were like, you wouldn't want to put your hat in the ring for a manager position, would you? I was like, well, I mean, I can. Why? And they were like, well, our Memphis store is in bad shape. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, whatever. I like Memphis. Used to love going there when I raced, because that was one of the tracks NHRA went to before all that turned to crap. But I was like, yeah, sure. So, yeah. Next thing you know, I was in Memphis for 2 years. So
the restaurant industry gives you such a grasp on human interaction, managing individuals, such an eye opener in terms of operations. And it's good to go through it, but man, is it a tough business?
Oh, it's extremely
Very
tough.
tough. Yeah.
And this is why I laugh when I hear all of these people tell me that the money that they pay themselves does not count towards their operating cost. And I'm like, that's a labor cost, dude. That's a labor cost. Any other business has a labor cost. Even mega carriers have labor cost. It's called driver wages. And if you're a single truck owner operator, your wage that you pay yourself to pay your bills is an operating cost.
Right. For the meeting on the 25th, are because a lot of people are asking, is it only going to be talking about autonomous, or is it a
Yes.
general discussion?
No, it is an autonomous discussion. When we put that together, when I talked with Sean and JJ, we're not going to chase the rabbit holes. It is just an autonomous discussion. Now, if everyone would like to have another meeting, to just have a general meeting, and would like for us to host it in teams, I am more than willing to put together another one. And once again, as long as it doesn't, interrupt any of the board meetings or stuff like that we have to do on the FOPT side, I am more than willing to host it. Once again, we're not leading it, we're just hosting it. So if you're hearing that, KSG, let me know. We'll get together and we'll create a Microsoft Teams meeting. Once again, videos required. I don't want to have
Right.
any of this nonsense of we're
Well,
only
people
doing
were
audio.
asking, and no one had the answer if it's just autonomous or is it going to be.
Oh no! If you look in that pinned video, if you go to the description at the bottom, it says it in there, and that's where
Okay.
the link and everything is. It's autonomous only and video required. And I want it that way because when we talked about it, JJ and Sean and myself, that we don't want any of this eye roll or people, if you disagree, then please have the courage to just talk about it, and let's talk about it in a civil manner. I understand. Everybody has their opinion on things. I do. This is where we need to come together and start respecting each other and having conversations and finding out what each other, this is that open-mindedness that's needed for us to be able to come together and stand with one another on certain topics. And I understand not everybody agrees with each other's stances, and that's fine. I mean, not everybody agrees that I should wear blue shirts. It is what it is.
Blue shirts.
Nobody agrees with me, Cupcake, so I know the feeling.
Oh,
I always agree with you, Rocky.
It all depends, Rocky. If I'm trying to get some numbers to come in, I'm gonna come at you pretty hard.
Yeah.
I am. But we do that only for the algorithm, brother. We're still gonna sit down and eat dinner and have a few drinks afterwards. So
Oh, it don't make me mad. I may get cranked up a little bit, but it don't make me hate nobody.
that's it.
The beauty
That's
of discourse is being able to have disagreements, but being able to effectively speak and have a conversation. When someone closes off, then it gets frustrating. But that's the beauty of the discourse, being able to have a civil conversation.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, disagreement is good because disagreement challenges your thought process, and one of two things happens there. Either one, you're going to dig deeper to be able to find everything that you need to fully support that idea, or two, you're going to dig deeper and find that maybe your thought process there was wrong. And then, you know what? Maybe this person was right. Maybe they opened my eyes to something that I was missing.
Right.
That's like with Audrey. I don't get why so many guys will argue with her that don't know the process. You got somebody that knows the process, works in this daily, and they go on and argue with her. And it's like, she's trying to tell you how to do this the right
Yeah, I
way.
don't know
If you
exactly
want to
what
get,
happened there, Rocky. I joined in late, but she was pretty upset. I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
yeah,
You know?
she just came in, and I don't know if something happened previous before I came in or what, but I wasn't in there long before that, and I'm like, whoa, and then Charlie started
Because
talking.
I've never
and
heard
I'm
her like that. Right.
Yeah, and I was like,
What
well,
are we
hold on,
talking
what is
about?
this
Did I
about?
miss something?
Yeah, last
Did I miss
night.
something?
Yeah,
Last
Audrey
night.
came in last night, and I was real late getting in there myself. And about probably 2-3 minutes after I come in, Audrey came in saying some stuff about she was done with it and was taking control and doing something with 12 states herself and all. And then Charlie started rambling off. Don't come in here yelling at me, blah blah blah. And it's like, hold on, what's going on? What is she even talking about? So.
There's got to be a background there. So something.
I'm sure
There's
there
some
is.
background that we missed. Because I missed it
Yeah.
too. Just like the day before, I guess Chris was in there in one of the lives going through stuff, and then heard, a bunch of them afterwards saying he didn't let nobody talk and this and that. Well, I went back and I listened to that live last night, and the whole from start to finish when Chris was in there, and I was like, Big Bird, he was wound up tighter than a damn banjo string. Right, and he would not. That was one of the things that went into Big Bird talking about the oversize stuff. Wait a minute, Volvo, and Chris wasn't even going to oversize. He was talking about 18-stop window loads going into these places where one window gets dropped off and 10 here and whatever, that type of stuff. that the customers need this stuff. You know, it's driver assist loads and all that. Will they figure that out one day? Yeah, but the you know, Big Bird many times talked over, and I think if they went back and listened to it, because they were bashing Chris, and I'm not trying to just stand up for Chris, but listening to it and paying attention to it, I think if they went back and listened to it themselves, they would see how ridiculous they sounded during a lot of that.
Who's
know.
Chris again? I'm sorry, Rocky.
Blue Ribbon. Chris
Okay.
from Blue Ribbon. It was the one the day before, sometime in the afternoon. I didn't hear any of it live, the entire thing. I heard none of it. So, but I went in
I
and
know
listened
I
to
was
it.
live on TikTok.
I know I was in there with Chris for one of them, but last night
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
on the
yeah.
phone with friends and stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
actually
no.
thankful that I missed all that bullshit.
It
So,
was day before. It was day before. You were in there for part of it.
yeah, I knew. Well, okay, that one. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's the one I'm talking about. And we had
Yeah.
a pretty good conversation with Chris.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I thought it was a good conversation too. But that the next live later that night, they were all bashing, saying Chris was, you know, off his rocker and wouldn't let nobody talk and this and that. I thought he listened to JJ. I thought he listened to even Big Bird and, you know, Brett. He told to just go away. You know, so
I love
but-
Brett, dude. I love Brett.
Yeah, I like Brett, but he gets carried away on some of the ridiculous stuff. So, you know, but I thought it was actually somewhat informational live and some good information passed back and forth. And even Charlie was in there in that one, and she was getting all wound up, and she gets real loud sometimes too. And, you know, it was, you know, I thought it was pretty good. So I think if those that were, they were all just bashing everything afterwards and the other live later that night. And, you know, they were talking about it, and I was like, I ain't saying nothing until I get to hear what happened, what went on. So I went back into the live recordings and listened to it.
How do you
Yeah, the only
watch a
thing that I
live
disagree-
again? Like, how do you rewatch a live?
It's
You
in the
have to be a
moderator
moderator.
settings, just
Yeah.
like
Okay.
Cupcake right now. I mean, the whole thing is being recorded. And if you're a moderator, you can go back and listen to it. You can pull clips out of it and post it and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Basically, that's how we do it at FOPT. All of our live recordings, we eventually get them uploaded to YouTube and Spotify, so that if anybody were to want to go back and listen to anything, it's fully there. It's all there. But then we also, all the clips that we post either come out of the lives, or when like Matt and I would do a podcast, or Sam and I do a podcast, or when Pablo and I did a podcast, those podcasts go up as well. It's just, it's a way. But TikTok, every TikTok live is recorded and kept for like, it's either 90 days or 6 months on your account. And then after that, it's archived. So, and like, yeah, like Rocky said, you can, if you're a moderator, you're good. You can watch them. The
Yeah,
only thing
you
that
gotta
I, the
watch
only
them.
thing I disagreed with Chris on was, and I caught him on it. Because I'm like, you know, being for yourself ain't it. And this is why we can't make any change. And he said, well, you know, well, I'm all for if we all, you know, want to make a big wave. And I said, well, to make a wave, Chris, that's everybody coming together. Because I've never seen the wave in an ocean where all the water wasn't in one spot.
Yeah,
Like, it just doesn't work that way. So,
yeah. And I think what he sees also, just like I've seen it for 32 years, all the groups, you know, they go after stuff, and so much of it, they go out, and some of them, they get violent and pretty rowdy and everything. And there's a lot of fighting going on and all that. And I think I think as an individual, you need to start doing things to slow this down, right? I mean, we know we're not going to stop it, but can we slow it down? And I'm with, like you said earlier, KSG, I think it's going to be, I think 25, 30 years before we even see maybe 30, 40% of the industry running full autonomous, right?
Possibly. I agree.
You know, but it could be 15. None of us really know.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think we've got a lot of time before that actually happens. And it will be probably 100 years before it's, you know, 90% fully autonomous. But yes,
I
it
don't
is.
know
It
that
is.
answer, but I think it's
You
a
know,
lot. A lot of people were saying it's going to be 1 or 2 years. I said, no way. There's no way.
yeah, this is not going to be a 1 to 2 year, 3 to 5 year thing. I mean, you know, when we really look at numbers, if they have 400 testing, right? So even if they had 40,000 testing, that is such a minute percentage of the amount of trucks on the road. You know, it really, when you take 2.5 million and 40,000, it's not. So when we're talking 500 for Hirschbach and 6,000 looking for this one and that's
Well,
a
let's look
very,
at this
very,
though.
very small percentage. Is that percentage
Well,
going
let's
to
look at
grow
this.
over the next 10 years? It will. Yeah.
If you listen to the
Well,
earnings
let's look at
report, it's
this.
literally
Everybody wants to
76
talk about.
trucks on the road. That's it.
Well, but let's look
Sorry,
at this.
go ahead.
So when you look at all of this, you know, when we look at this, the reason why I am on this right now, because none of the other stuff that everybody wants to talk about matters if autonomous comes in.
Right.
At the same time, everyone talked about the fact that we came together late to the party to stop the ELD that nobody likes. If we come together now before the party, maybe we can change who gets invited. See, this is where everybody talks about, well, I couldn't get nobody to come together before the ELD, and then everybody wants to get upset after the fact. If we all come together now before the autonomous comes in, and we get this stuff set as such as, you know, we want to have it to where we understand autonomous, safety, like we've all talked about. Okay, how about we do this? Let's make a compromise. You still have to have a Class A CDL driver in that truck. No different than you still have to have a licensed pilot in the plane while it's on autopilot.
Yeah.
I understand that we're getting there, but the pilots came together, and if I'm not mistaken, I think a plane can land itself
It
with
can.
autopilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we still have to have a pilot in there. They saved their jobs. They came together and they said, look, you're not going to get rid of us. We still need to have a human being in the plane. Well, you know what? We still need to have a human being in the truck. And we need to make sure that we are going to have that. That's what part of this is to make sure that we're not going to lose our jobs. To make sure that we have the writing in the legislature or the laws state as such, that we get it codified, that it says you have to have a Class A CDL driver in a combination autonomous vehicle. You have to have a Class B CDL driver in a school bus with a school bus endorsement. You have to have a Class B CDL driver at minimum with a passenger endorsement to run a Greyhound style bus. If we don't do that now, we're going to lose.
And part of the reason the planes and buses have to have a driver is because of the amount of passengers that are on board, you know, public and passengers. And I think people would, I would be afraid to get on a plane that didn't have a pilot in the seat, you know, myself. But, yeah, you know, so, yeah. And like I said, I don't know what the answer is. We have ideas. I don't know what the answer is and how to stop it or slow it down, you know, 100% or anything myself. It's going to be people all, you know, coming together with ideas and
I
see
look at it
what can
like
work.
this. When you talk about you don't want to get on a plane with a plane that doesn't have a pilot at the controls, why do you want you or your family to be operating around a commercial motor vehicle that weighs 80,000 pounds without a CDL Class A driver in the seat?
Yeah,
It's the same thing.
and I wouldn't mind seeing them having the driver in for a fail-safe, you know. But I do think that the autonomous could be much safer than the distracted drivers that we have today.
And I'm not going to argue that because we have a training problem and we have a distraction problem. I'm not going to argue that. Rocky, you and I have had conversations about that quite often, about the lack of training and the amount of distraction that we see out here. At the same time, that same fail-safe that you talk about for a plane, because what happens if the autopilot messes up and you've got a plane full of 300 souls, you need to have a person that's capable of operating that vehicle. No different than if you have a semi. And think about it this way. If your wife and grandson are sitting in the car at the end of the line in a traffic jam and it messes up and you don't have a driver in the seat paying attention to what's going on to be able to take over or take control of that device, it's not going to stop. And the last time I checked, there are no cars out there that are any match for an 80,000 pound rig traveling at 60 plus mile an hour. So we need to have the butts in the seats.
Yeah.
We need to have it to where that it's okay. We have autopilot for planes. Awesome. We also need to have, but we have a pilot in there. Same way with trucks.
Hey, what's
How
going
you
on,
doing,
fellas?
Vince? How you doing, buddy?
What's
Hey,
up,
Vince.
Vince?
Hey, how you guys doing? Sorry about that. I just got another call. Sean from Road Dog Trucking just called me, and he's like, "Hey, we got an empty spot at 4:30 for our coffee break. We would love to have you on the show if you're available." I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'm available." So
Are you
that's
talking
pretty
about
cool.
the Sirius XM channel?
Correct. Yeah, Sirius XM. Yep.
That's
Dog
awesome.
Trucking. I know. That's what I thought. I was like, wow, cool. Anyways, autonomous trucking, you know what? I think if anything is going to unite us, this is going to be the topic. This is definitely one thing we can all agree on. But at the same time, you know, this has been happening for thousands of years where a lot of things that are invented, technology, I mean, it destroys jobs, and men and women, they got to go find something else to do, right? My only hope on this, obviously, I will fight my hardest to stop it because, you know, it directly affects me and everybody I care about. But here's the thing, I'm also not naive to the fact that, you know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen eventually. So
Yep. I think we lost him.
Yeah, we did. We must have, he just went, whoop.
sorry about that. I cut out. I'm in San
You're all
Diego. So my only concern about it, though, is you guys know how I feel about the middle class and about America in general and families. My hope is just, can we transition men and women that are driving, the brokers, you know, our alignment guys, can we transition over, you know, 30 years? Can we at least make it to where overnight we don't have 2 million people like spinning their wheels like, what do I do now?
Well,
Because a lot of those people
or
will
you-
go crazy, you know?
Or you do like what I just said, Vince. We do it to where that it's no different than the planes that have autopilot, which can fly and land themselves, but they still have to have a pilot in the seat and a co-pilot.
Right.
Why don't we just do this? You define it as any autonomous vehicle must have a human operator, and that human operator is defined as a human being that has a license equivalent to what is needed to operate that vehicle at all times. So
Yes.
we'll have drivers still. You want to have them sitting in there, and it's like I just said to Rocky. If he doesn't want to get on a plane that doesn't have a pilot, even though it has autopilot, and the autopilot is very safe. Do you want to have your wife and child, or your wife and grandkids, or your family, or your friends sitting still in a traffic jam? And what happens if that computer messes up and a fail-safe breaks or whatever happens?
Right.
Is there a driver
Now-
in the seat that can take over the vehicle and bring it to a safe stop?
Yes. You know what? If we can still obtain the same pay structure, if not more, you know, I would be okay with that because let's be honest, cruise control. What are we doing with cruise control and lane assist? I mean, and automatics. I mean, they kind of drive themselves
That's a level
right
3.
now.
You're talking about level 3 autonomous vehicles with
Well,
the lane
okay.
assist and the cruise control.
So
That's a
we're
level
there
3.
now. We're there now. Like
Yeah,
when
we're
I get in
talking
my
about,
mom's
we're
car.
worried about
Yeah.
the level 4. We're worried about the level 4
Oh,
that can do it
driverless.
all.
Driverless.
Driverless.
Yeah.
Well,
driverless.
yeah, it still has a level 4 still has the steering wheel. Level 5 doesn't even have a steering wheel.
Ah,
Whereas like the airplanes right now, they kind of are equivalent to a level 4. They still have
Yes.
the joystick. They still have all the gauges. They have the throttle, everything. You control your flaps. You still have everything that the pilot can take over out of autopilot.
right.
It's the same thing. We keep a level 4 vehicle. We allow the autonomy, whatever, because it, like Rocky and I have said, you and I have talked about it, Vince. We go through and we say, you know what? If they're probably going to be safer, because why? Our training sucks, and there's a crap ton of distracted driving going on.
Right. Right.
So you have a safer vehicle, but you still have a driver in there for the fail-safe.
Yes. Well, the problem is nobody's involving any of us in these decisions, right? As usual, we have people that know absolutely nothing about trucking at all. They have no experience. They are making the decisions. I don't know how our industry became this way, but trucking is like there's not a lot of truckers involved in anything. Period. Or small carriers, or Rocky, for example. Look at all the experience Rocky has. Car carrier, drove for years. I mean, Rocky's done so many different angles of the industry. Now, people can know a lot by studying and getting on Google and learning about the trucking industry. But if you haven't lived, breathed, and ate it for 30 years, I don't think you should be able to make a decision. I don't think I should be able to make decisions. I only have 12 years. Give me another 2 million miles, and then I'm fit to make decisions. You get what I'm saying? Like, I need that wisdom. I need another 20 years
I
before I
understand
have the
completely.
wisdom to make decisions for other people. Let Rocky make
understand
decisions.
completely.
Let you make decisions. People, Charles Claiborne, people with 3 million miles or more, or at least 2 million miles or more, because then you really have an idea.
Well, this is a problem that's been going on for years, though, Vince. I don't know. I can tell you right now. I have it. I own a construction business as well, and I have argued with college graduates who have been in the inspection and permits department for about a whole 6 days because they got a bachelor's degree in engineering or whatever, and then they want to come out and they want to argue with you, and it's like, well, wait a minute. Doesn't it say shear strength right here needs to be such and such per the blueprint? Well, yeah. Well, how do I know that? Well, when you look on the head of this structural screw right here, we have placed 12 of them in this one location, which is actually 50% more integrity than what is required for the blueprint.
Right.
Well, how do we know that? Well, do you not know to look at the head of the screw, and the head of the screw says the number, and then you can go look that up?
Right.
Well, they didn't teach me that in college. Yeah, that's because you can't fucking learn everything out of a book.
Right. It's just like the torque on a
But we have
lug nut.
people in FMCSA.
Right.
But it's like, think about this, though. We've got Derek Bars leading the FMCSA, who was a cop, never
There's
drove a
my
truck.
point.
I know.
Great example. That's exactly my example. I mean, if we're talking about a safety position, well, the FMCSA is about safety, but it's still, there's just everybody that's designing everything on these trucks. None of them have driven a truck. Everybody knows what we need, but yet they're not in the industry. I'm to the point now where, I have people from high school calling me, hey, Vince, I know you're a truck driver and we're thinking about making this new product and blah, blah, blah. I go, let me stop you right there. Stay out of my truck. Get out of my truck. Get out of the industry. Just leave us alone, please. We don't need more gadgets. We don't need to give you more money out of our pocket. Next is going to be using the bathrooms. I probably shouldn't say that because I'm going to give people ideas. Let's charge, you got to have at least 60 gallons on top of 60 for the shower. You got to have 80 gallons at least to be able to use the bathrooms. That'll be next. It's just everything, man. Tax. Take from the truck driver. Enough is enough,
But,
man.
That's not just the truck driver, though, Vince. Taxes come out from everyone.
From
I
everything.
meant,
I mean, it's a,
I
and
didn't mean
I'm going to tell you
taxes
this,
literal.
where
I didn't mean
Well,
literal.
I
meant take.
I mean it literal as well, though. Well, think about it, though. It is take. Tolls are a tax. License plate fees are taxes. Those are all taxes. The lottery, that is a form of tax. It's
Well-
basically an entertainment tax based
Yes.
upon people's hopes and dreams
Yes.
of being a millionaire. It's a
And, you know,
tax.
And I'm not just talking, trucking industry is all I'm focused on because there's only so many hours in a day. But you guys know,
Right.
if we were to somehow miraculously, if we figure this out, we figure out the cracks in the system and we can actually get this done. I mean, I would love to see the medical industry folks. I would love to see the blue collar worker once again have the American dream. And it's not like that anymore. It's just not.
Well,
It's
that's
not.
where we need to all come together. If we can all come together to, we'll say slow the autonomous truck, at least
Right.
keep us in the seats. Then maybe we can all come together for a living wage
Right.
for men and women.
Right.
Because like right now, they say that it's $50,000 to $60,000 a year for a living wage. That's after taxes.
Yes.
And Rocky and I have talked about the fact here. We came this up with his grandson on how much daycare is for the grandson and how much the average rent is. You need $36,000 a year just to do that.
Right.
For
And yet,
for child care and
Yeah.
for rent.
yeah.
And so if you equate that into a gross wage, we all know that 30% usually goes to the government for taxes.
Right.
You're looking at $90,000 a year
Yeah,
to make
and-
60 to bring home 60.
And
How
yet
many
you're an
truck
adult
drivers
at
are doing
18.
that?
Well,
Yeah, well,
right,
how many of them are doing 90 grand a year?
right. Not many at all.
No.
Not
How
many
many
at all.
factory workers are doing 90? Because
many.
$90,000 a year equates to $45 an hour at 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year.
Yes.
That's
And
$90,000.
so that guy, that 29-year-old employee forklift driver, the Kimberly Clark warehouse in Ontario, California, that I covered a month ago. You know why he
Yeah.
lit that place on fire, right? Because he's tired of his company's making $2.55 billion pure profit net per year, while they're paying their 38,000 employees. They're paying them 50 grand a year to work 60 hours a week, and it costs 65,000 a year for one person to survive in Ontario, California right now in
Yeah.
2026. Now listen when I say this. That's just surviving. That is living,
Yeah.
breathing, and crapping.
That's a living wage. That's a living wage.
Just a living wage. I'm not talking save for your retirement. I'm not talking about getting a Starbucks once a week. I'm not talking about going on vacation or getting yourself a
Did we
nice
lose him?
car or buying a TV. Did you lose me?
Yeah. No,
Hello.
you're
Nah.
there.
You
You're
know,
back.
Yeah, that's just eating, and that's not even
I know.
eating healthy. That's eating Walmart food. So so you're gonna croak it, 60, and you can't even retire till you're 70. And if you retire, all your best years are behind you. Am I wrong? All your best
No.
years to hike and to go in the ocean and swim and to go to Paris and walk around museums for 6 hours. You're not gonna. Hell, I can barely do that now at 48.
Well, I mean,
You know what I mean?
think about this.
So-
Think about this, Vince. We see all these reels of people talking about blue collar workers and how tough blue collar workers are, and you see these reels from these wives that go, "Oh, you want a blue collar worker? Well, be prepared to have him come in, and when he's limping and he can't move his hand, and he looks at you and says, 'I'm fine,' and puts a roll of
Yes.
duct tape around it." That's why when we hit 72, we're not walking the greatest.
No.
Because our knees are shot, our hips are shot, our back shot, our shoulders are shot. There is no, and I'm with you. You've heard me talk about living wage.
Yeah,
A lot of
course.
people have. I've had this argument. I'm right there with you against the millionaires. Because most people don't even understand how long it takes to amass $1 billion.
Insane.
It is
crazy.
31.57 years at $1 a second for every second.
Well, the
Or
hope.
it's $28,800 an hour for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for 31.57 years. That's to amass $1 billion. That's to amass $1 billion.
The hope I do have, people are waking up. Everywhere I go, People are talking. People are tired of it. People are getting involved. They're researching. I see people talking about how many tax dollars are going to this country or that country, and that's before I bring anything up, right? Like I'm not bringing
Right.
this stuff up, and then they're going back and forth. Like I'm hearing conversations about this while I'm being quiet. So I think we're all waking up. We're all sick of it. We're looking at our children and our grandchildren. We're like, what are we going to leave them? Like maybe I'll be okay, but what about them? Are they going to be okay? What kind of future are we leaving for them? You know, our kids, 18 years old, you're an adult at 18. Give me a break. My son keeps saying, my 15-year-old keeps saying, oh, well, I'll be 18 soon, and then I can do what I want. I go, what do you think 18's going to bring? You're just legally accountable for your actions. That's all
Yeah,
18
that's all.
is. You know,
Yeah.
you're gonna
Yeah.
you're
I
gonna
can
be
do
with
what I
me till
want.
you're
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you
You're
can
gonna
do
be
what
with
you
me.
want. Now, let me ask you this. So, since you
Yeah.
can do what you want there, 18-year-olds or 17-year-olds that might be listening, let's throw this one out here at you. You can do what you want after you go work somewhere around about 10 to 12 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week, so you can afford to live on your own. Because if you want to do what you want, you need to do this in your own house,
Right.
paying your own
Right.
bills. And now, to do that, unless you're going to make $45 an hour and work 40 hours a week, you're going to need to work over the job. So when you get done working that 60, 70, 80 hours a week, and you get done doing your laundry and feeding yourself and bathing yourself and paying all your bills and doing all the other stuff, please come talk to me about how much time you have to go do whatever the fuck you want. I'm here
Tell
to
me about
tell
all
you
your
it's going to be
freedom.
5
Yeah.
minutes.
Tell me about
It's
all
going
your
to be 5
freedom
minutes
after
that you
work.
got to do.
Yeah. Or,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
how
and
much
please
energy
tell
are
me
you
what
gonna
you're
have?
doing
Yeah.
in 5 minutes. Yeah, right?
How much energy are you
Right.
going to have Friday night after you just worked 60 hours, 70 hours? Tell me you're going to want to go to that party on Friday night. So there,
Yeah. Yeah. They'll be asleep after they drink the third beer.
Yeah, they don't get the freedom they thought they were going to get.
Well, they got freedom, but it comes with a cost. It comes with
Right.
you lose
Yeah.
time and money. And you have to go earn that money to pay for that, all of that freedom. That you know, well, if I don't want to clean my house, I won't clean my house. Well, that okay. Until your landlord comes in, unless you got the wherewithal and the money to go buy your house. You know, if you're renting an apartment, you can't just leave it trash because if the landlord comes in, and a lot of them, if they find it looking like that, they're going to tell you, you have such and such time to get it cleaned up. Or we're going to start the eviction process. So, I mean, when you look at that, it's there ain't as much freedom as what people think there is to being 18. And I can tell you this, I was one of the dumbasses that said that when I was 16, 17 years old. I can't wait till I'm 18 and I can do whatever I want. And then the next thing you know, I was 18. I'm living on my own. Next thing you know, my girlfriend at the time tells me she's pregnant. We wind up getting married, then having a second kid. And the whole time, I'm working 70, 80 hours a week, 90 hours a week to keep food on the table, roof over their head, bills paid, all that fun stuff.
right?
And sleeping like 4 hours a day. So tell me when you got all this time to have all this freedom as well.
Well, they don't.
So,
you know,
yeah.
they're new humans. They don't understand it. You know, that's the problem. They don't
Yeah?
understand.
Well,
Just
their-
like we didn't.
Their
We
brains are
didn't
not
either.
fully developed. Well, I just said
Correct.
that. I was one of those dumbasses at 16 or 17. You know,
Right. Right.
the brain's not fully developed until you're about 25. And that's
You
also,
know-
that correlates with that statement that I make a lot of where from 14 to 25, you're about the dumbest individual you'll ever meet. Because at 14, you think your parents don't know anything. And then all of a sudden
Right.
at 25, you realize maybe dad knew what he was talking about. Because I
Right.
look back and dad said, dude, don't do that. You need to go do this. And I did the opposite. And
You know,
that
Mike,
didn't work out too well.
My goal is to, I tell all my boys, especially, I tell them, you know what, if you are going to hang around, you got to figure out either college or a trade school, one or the other. You can't just sit around and do nothing. Like, figure out you're not just going to work at McDonald's your whole life unless you plan on going up the ladder. If you plan on going up the ladder as far as you can go with McDonald's, then that's great, because they actually make good money, like district managers and stuff like that. But I tell them, you know what, stay with me till you're about 25. I won't charge you rent, utilities, nothing. Just buy your own food, pay for your cell phone and your car. And if you're willing to save 80 to 90% of your money that you're earning, I don't care what you do with the other 10 or 20%, blow it, do whatever. But if you're willing to save 80% under my supervision, we save it together. You can't touch it without us talking about it. I want you to move out of here buying a house outright. Free and clear. Boom, 400 grand. Your house is bought. You're not paying another 300,000 for the interest. You're moving out as a homeowner with no mortgage at 25. Then you actually have a shot, in my opinion. Now, I don't know how that's going to work out. I'm on my first teenager, so we'll see. Rocky would be more experienced in that category than me.
Well, let me tell you this. I watched a buddy of mine do your exact thing. He told both of his boys, you guys can live here, you give me part of your paycheck, and we're going to save it up. Both of them, and I'm just going to tell you this, they're both under 25, so neither of their squash is fully developed. Within 6 months, they moved out.
Yep.
Because they didn't like the fact that Dad had control. I'm a man.
Yep. I was just going to say the same thing.
What do they do with their money then? Is it away? They just piss their money away? You waste their life?
Ariat jeans, Ariat boots, Carhartt stuff that they don't need.
They're leaving the dinner table because they don't want whatever was made tonight for everybody. And they go to Chipotle and spend $20 every day or more.
Oh my gosh.
That too.
They're lazy.
That too.
They're lazy.
Or 10 o'clock at night, there's a $22 DoorDash order being delivered from the Wawa. And it's like, well, what are you doing? There's nothing in there I want. I mean, what do you mean there's nothing you want?
My 15-year-old son, he needed a little notebook for karate. The little, the cops use, the little tiny hand ones or whatever. So he needed one from Walgreens or Walmart, whatever. And he asked my wife if she would get it on the way back from the hospital with our son. And she's like, no, I'm exhausted. I'll get it later tonight, blah, blah, blah. He's like, okay, I'll just DoorDash it. And it was like $8. The little, thing was like the notepad's $3, but he wants to spend $5 to have it delivered. I'm like, hell no, you're not going to do that. We are not getting into that habit. No. Ride your bike to the store. It's only 6 miles round trip. Ride your bike. Go grab it. Get some air. Get some sun. Get some exercise.
Now, I have a lot of stuff delivered. We don't do DoorDash and all that hardly ever. I mean, maybe 5 times in the last, I don't know how many years. But I would use like the Kroger grocery delivery. $79 a year,
once, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you get like $400 at a time. Yeah.
And like with the Amazon Prime and all that. But a lot of times, like grocery shopping, I don't go to the grocery stores anymore. I get it delivered.
Right.
It does cost me a couple dollars. And the reason I don't is because I'm sure you all been grocery shopping. How many times you go in there to get a few things and you look at the clock and it's like, holy shit, I've been an hour and a half in here to get in and out, right? So, not counting your time to drive to the store and drive back home and all that. My time is valuable.
Yes.
But if I didn't have the money to do that and was on a really tight budget, then I got to go spend my hour and go do that, right?
Right.
But right now, I make more money in that 2 hours than what it cost me. If I'm out working or doing stuff, or if I'm coming home instead of.
I can tell you this: when it comes to that 2 hours, if you do like what your grandma used to do, and you make a list, and you only go off the list, you're in and out in 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I've proved this.
Yeah.
because I have made a list of what I needed. And then I have went grocery shopping with Bobby. Now, I love my wife, don't get me wrong. But that woman can kill an entire day, all 14 hours of daylight in Kroger's, I think, shopping. And come out with $1,000 of food. So when I look at this, I go, if I make a list, I'm in and out in 20, 25 minutes. If I let it just turn my little Oompa Loompa loose, she's in there looking at everything. Oh, these are so cute. Would you look at this? Can I try
like a
that?
woman.
Because
Sounds like a woman.
because they have spent millions and millions of dollars figuring out how our brains work, the marketing, the lighting, the temperature in the store, the scents down the aisles, the colors, the way they put stuff on end caps, you know, is to keep you in there buying shit you don't need. You
Like,
know, so
You know that
Rocky,
you know
go
what the
down the
statistic
fruit,
is?
go
on
down the
wasted
fruit
food?
roll or the cereal aisles, and you'll see all the more expensive junk geared for kids is
right
at
at
the
eye
bottom.
level.
The bottom
Yep.
two,
At the eye level of
child.
kids. Yep.
That's correct.
Same thing when you go to the cheese aisle. They'll have cheese sticks. My grandson loves the string cheese sticks, right? They put the Paw Patrol and the this and that packaging that are $3 more, and you get 8 versus buying the 24 pack of them up high for the same money, right?
Right.
So
Or the
they
Go-Gurt.
put all that crap. Same thing when you go down the ice cream popsicle aisle. The bomb pops and all the Mickey Mouse heads and the this and that is all right there, you know, to where kids that are sitting in the shopping cart, their eye levels are right there at this stuff. Yeah.
So I think Breakdown got it. I think Breakdown's mad at me. I blew a tire while I was in this live with y'all earlier, and I went ahead and I limped it to my drop, and then called them after I dropped because I know how this goes. If I call them while I'm in motion, they're gonna make me stop. They're gonna make me wait for a TA. They're gonna make me wait for a love guy to come change the tire. Now I done lost 2-3 hours waiting on them.
Or a day.
So I think they're mad. Or a day. Yeah. So I think they're mad at me.
You tell them at Blue as you're coming off the ramp to make the delivery.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I did. Exactly what I told them.
Rocky knows all the shortcuts.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what my DM just told me. He said, you know, that's a driver move. That's not a newbie move. I told y'all from the beginning I wasn't a newbie. I may not have as many years as most of these guys, but I'm not a newbie.
And the reason they want you to stop when it happens is because if you do get stopped, it'll be out of service if you're continuing, and then it's points on them and everything. Because
I went around. There was that one way station on I-4. I got off before it went down 92. Now, if I know where I'm at, I know how to do that. If I don't know where I'm at, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at my map and plan it how to do that, you know.
So why didn't you call when you got to the delivery? That way they could have been on out, heading out while you're getting unloaded or whatever.
Well, I called him as soon as I dropped the trailer.
Oh, it was a drop and hook.
This was a drop and hook. Yeah, it's a drop and hook. Night doesn't really do a lot of
live load and unload.
Live unload and live. And when they do, I get stuck in it, and that's probably why they don't do it. Like what happened to me the other night when I was at the Kroger's in Georgia. I got there, I was 2 hours early. They didn't call me back there. My appointment time was 7:30. They didn't call me back there until 9:56, and then tried to say that it was my fault why I was late. And I'm like, wait a minute, I wasn't late. I was here 2 hours early. I've been in your staging yard for the last 2 hours. Well, we've been trying to call you all day though. I'm like, y'all ain't called my phone but one time. I've been on it. I've been either in a live or on the phone. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going.
Gotta watch them daggone TikTok lives. They'll get you every time.
Them TikTok lives won't stop my phone from ringing.
I know I'm making a joke is all I am, Justin, just a joke.
I don't get
I know.
I don't get text messages and stuff. My phone will ring if somebody's calling, but I don't get messages or anything else when I'm on. Like right now, I could probably look. I have to leave the screen and go look, but I'm sure I probably got text messages right now that it doesn't notify me of. I don't know why.
I get the notification up top. I'll get the little icon, but that's about it. It used to do it, but then I got an update, and now with the update, now it only comes part of the time.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm not usually looking at my phone. I'm looking for it to ding or vibrate. Maybe they do flash on the top, and I just don't see them.
well, that's the thing. I don't even see the text messages when I'm driving most times because of that. So, especially if I'm like listening to Spotify, I won't. It'll just have the Spotify up, and that'll be it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
back to the food thing. Do you guys know that Americans waste 60% of the food that's made?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We waste so much food.
Yep. It's disgusting.
And so basically that means when you or your wife or whatever, or you or your husband go get groceries, if you got 100 items in your grocery cart, take 60% of them out and you'll still live.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And like produce and fresh vegetables, stuff like that. It don't last, man. You get that shit home, you need to use it that day or the next day. You know, we buy a lot of berries, blackberries, blueberries, red raspberries, strawberries, whatever. My grandson, he doesn't eat junk food. And he doesn't drink soda, none of that stuff. And he doesn't drink juice, man. He comes home, he has water and he has milk. He drinks milk
Good.
and he'll ask you for water. And we went to dinner last weekend, and the waitress asked him what he wanted, and he just said water. And he says, yeah, "You don't want a fruit punch or anything?" He said, "No, just water." And he's 5. And like the
Wow.
soda,
Great habits, Rocky.
he does not
job.
like soda at all, the carbonated water. And he just doesn't like
Wow.
it. And he was like, I don't want that. He'll take a sip of something and be like, "Nope, just give me a water."
You know what? You are protecting his later adult years with diseases is what
Yeah.
you're doing. So good job.
He does.
We'll
We've
appreciate
never
that
gave
one
him
day.
stuff with the dyes. With all the research out there with that, and we'll go through the store and he'll see like Fruit Loops and shit like that, all marketed to kids, and he'll want some of that. I'm like, "Nope, you can't have that. That'll make your tummy, not feel good." And okay, Papa, but give him some damn ribs or some, pork or hell, even sausage and hot dogs and meat, any kind of meats. He eats the mess out of it. He loves asparagus, green beans, carrots, collard greens. He is a meat and veggie eater. But that's
You're a
all we
strong
really ever
boy.
fed him too, That's
Right,
all we've ever
right.
really fed him.
So when
We
my
do the
first
same.
son
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
was born, say when my
Go ahead.
first son was born, he had his mom, my wife. They had to give her like a bag and a half, 2 bags of blood because her iron was so low. Well, I guess that passed on to my first son, and he was having an iron deficiency problem.
Yeah.
Boy, I think I messed up because he wasn't, as a child, now he's older, it's different, but as a child, he wouldn't eat a lot of meat. He'd eat asparagus and broccoli. Broccoli, though, even today. That
Yeah.
boy tear a head of broccoli up. I'm talking about a big old head of broccoli, too. He'll
Oh,
tear
this
it.
boy will too. He will
I
eat
did
it
it.
up. Cauliflower.
I didn't force feed him, but I power fed him them asparagus and broccoli because they said that was real high in iron, along with steaks. And I didn't take into consideration as he was, his younger adolescent years, be power feeding him all those vegetables because I was having a hard time getting to eat meats. That it'd be hard to get to eat meats. And then as he turned to a teenager, he started eating meats more again. So
Yeah. You ask
Yeah.
him what he wants for breakfast in the morning. He wants bacon and eggs, or I want sausage and eggs today.
Nice.
He loves eggs, and ask him how many, and he wants them fried. He wants them over easy or sunny side up. He'll eat them scrambled with a little cheese in them or something, but he likes them just fried. Ask him how many he wants on a Saturday morning. I want 3 eggs, 4 eggs. It's all right, boy. I'm gonna make them, and he eats them. But we try to keep him away from all that artificial crap. Cereal, and he don't even really know what cereal is.
You mean the stuff that's outlawed in 100 other countries that we have here on the shelves? I mean, that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. Now,
It's crazy.
my kids, when they were younger, we know a lot more now about all these dyes and all this garbage.
Right. Red dye especially.
Yeah, we know what it does now. My oldest is fixing to be 31, so it's back then. Yeah, they ate a lot of real food, because that's what we made. But they would all have a lot of snack stuff.
Right. We give our kids soda, but only for us it's like a special treat. Like if you go to a friend's birthday party, we allow it, or like if grandma and grandpa come into town and we go to a fancy restaurant, okay, you can have a Shirley Temple, stuff like that. But it's 3-4 times a year. That's it. But same thing, Rocky water, milk, orange juice, grape juice.
See, he likes to eat the fruits. He doesn't care for the juice as much because the juices are bad because it's just a sugar load.
Yes.
Right. And you're better off to eat just to have the fruit. But he loves apples, plums. His snack box yesterday, we make a snack for him for VPK. They have a snack there kind of mid-morning. And his will be cherry tomatoes, slices of green bell pepper, red bell pepper, yellow, whatever. He don't care. He loves peppers. And the other kids in the class and this teacher is like, because he'll get the pepper strips. We'll cut them up some, 2-3 times a week. He'll have some in there and a snack and some grapes and a yogurt or whatever. Sometimes he likes the grass-fed finished beef sticks, which I always get from Costco. So we put one of them in there, cut in half for him and all. And she's like, all the other kids freak out when he's eating the peppers. And this teacher's like, it just amazes me that he eats them. These kids won't touch them, and he just eats them and loves them. So, it's different than all the other kids in his class, a lot different. Yeah. And he's a healthy boy, healthy boy.
That's awesome, Rocky. Good job, man.
Too full of energy. He's got, man, I'll tell you, at my age, it's hard to keep up with him.
Yeah.
Man, every day, he's a hell of a soccer player. We've always had him in the extra activities.
Make sure he gets into sports.
Yes, yeah.
You fought like hell. You fought like hell, Rocky. Most parents won't do what you guys did. I commend you for what y'all did to save him.
It was 5 years of hell to get the adoption.
Sorry if I
done.
put that out there. I don't know if you wanted people to know that, but you've earned it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It was 5 years of hell and a lot of money, man. We got over $60,000 wrapped up in getting him adopted.
Goodness.
The
fruit will come when you see what he turns into at 21, 22. That your fruit will come. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
The fruit of your hard labor from your, what does it say? From your planting your seed, the harvest. The harvest.
Yeah. Yeah, we hope so. And, out of 4 of my own kids, his mom got wrapped up with a bad boyfriend and his dad, the grandson's dad and all that, and wouldn't leave and all that stuff. And that's why we have him. And she had her own problems, health problems when she was born and everything. So got the mentality of a 12, 13-year-old girl and no fault of her own, but just the way it was. So.
Yeah.
So we have him. He's in a good home. He's not in the foster system. He's, in a good place, and hell, we basically just started over,
Right.
with a
Right.
little one. And I look at
I
it now,
couldn't
it's like,
imagine,
damn.
brother. I couldn't imagine because my youngest is 9, and I am longing for the day that I can actually hold my wife's hand like in a museum or something and not be bothered 50,000 times with a question. Not that
Yeah,
I don't appreciate what I'm in right now, but I
right.
do want just us again. I'm waiting for longing for the day it's just us again,
Yeah,
where I can actually enjoy my wife, not have to share.
yeah. But you got to take advantage of while the kids are young, because I tell you, it goes
Yep.
so
Yep.
fast. Like he would come crawl in the bed with us at night, usually 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and he'd come up and he'd crawl up over top of me, and he wanted to share my pillow, right?
Right.
And that's me and my wife. We were talking, and it's like one day that's going to stop, and we don't know when, because it'll be
Right.
him. Well, then it stopped. Okay, probably 6, 7 months ago. He doesn't
Wow.
hardly ever come in. Well, then the other night he came in. He said, "Papa, I just went potty. Can I sleep in your bed?" I was like, "Come on, buddy, get on up here."
Yep.
It was like
Yep.
3 in the morning. Come on up here. And then
Yep.
when he got up, me and my wife were talking. I was like, well, that's like the first time in shit, probably 5, 6 months he's come in.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and it's like, man, you kind of miss it, and we go to bed and
Yeah.
I'm like, I kind of hope he gets up at 2 or 3 in the morning to go potty and comes in.
Yeah. That
Um,
day's gonna come when they don't lift up their
right.
arms anymore for you to pick them up. You know what I mean? That
Yep.
there's an
Yeah.
expiration on that.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we come in the afternoons, we get back, he wants to play basketball and baseball. I take him over to the fields and he goes and plays soccer. But even when he was at daycare, we paid extra for the once a week, like this company, Soccer Shots, comes in, and the kids that are in that program, they go out back on their fields or in the gym if it's bad weather, and they teach them different soccer stuff and all that. Man, you watch this little sucker since he was 3, 4, just able to run around and stuff. Watch him get a
Right.
damn soccer ball and what he does, and it's like, damn, boy. But baseball and any of the sports, he just loves it. Swimming,
Wow. That's great.
it's but it's expensive to put him through all that stuff and do all
Yes,
that.
it
We're trying to get
is.
him in the T-ball now.
Yes, it
Um,
is.
we probably
I
should
think
have
it's well
started him
worth it,
last year
though.
with T-ball,
I
but the teams were
I
full.
think it's worth every penny. It's worth every penny, Rocky.
Oh, it
You're
is.
you're
It
investing in
is.
his future, is what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
And yeah, and my kids did it too. My girls, they were in lacrosse and
Yeah.
basketball and all that stuff, and all the school and after
Yeah.
school and at the local sports fields. And my sons, both of them played baseball, and one of them played soccer. The other one didn't want to. They both played football all through middle school and high school.
Right.
My oldest son was the number 1 running back here for Creekside High. He was
Wow.
he was their running back, and man, the crowd would get going crazy when he was out there on the field, because he was just fast and everything, and
Nice.
and then he had got hurt pretty good and was out the last few games of his last season, but yeah, I keep whatever it costs, man. I try to do, I'll do
Right.
without so that they can do that stuff.
Right. Right. Not bad, man. Not bad.
But it's hard on everybody. There's a lot of families, unfortunately, that can't do that with their kids.
Right.
That can't, and I know that there are some programs and stuff that help a lot of them with it. Like with my
Well,
grandson,
I
we
think
wanted
it's
to get him in T-ball last season, but the teams were already full.
like
So
people ask me what my hobby is. I say it's my kids. All
right,
my extra, any kind of financial gain I get, Rocky, it goes straight to them, to either
yep,
braces, their teeth. It goes to their clothes. If you look at my clothes, I don't have brand new clothes, multiple outfits, but they have 3, 4 outfits each. You know what I mean? They
I'm
have
wearing a
nice Sunday
pair of
clothes.
Wrangler shorts
You
right
know.
now that are probably 12 years old and have been worn 5
Uh-huh.
gazillion times.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
But
Right.
my
Right.
grandkids, my kids, even my almost
Yep.
31-year-old daughter with the 2 grandkids, we have her kids about every weekend. And, but we're always doing something with them, and we're always taking them somewhere, going and doing something, and, helping them, buying them clothes and all that crap. And
Right.
You know, it's and helping her. My oldest son, they just moved out of apartment to a house, needed washer and dryer and all. They were looking to buy washer dryer, so I bought the washer and dryer and had it delivered and installed for them, to the new house.
Yeah.
And because
Hey,
they work and make money, but it's still kind of nice to be able to help them.
yes. Yes. So did you get a chance, Rocky, to check out the video of your interview at Matt's?
Yes, I did
Were
see
you able
that.
to see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah,
Very
I
good.
did see that. Yep. Saw
Do you
that.
have
I saw
a
the one with
YouTube
Jorge
channel?
and some of the others. I have a
Okay.
YouTube. There's only a couple things on it, and I usually only use it for the Let's Truck side because we had some problems with uploading the videos to it. So we were having to post just links to the YouTube for them to go watch it from the Let's Truck
You just got to
tribes.
be
And
careful of the music. The music is the biggest copyright strikes that they do. The music's really, for me, it's hard to figure out. I get so many blocked videos, and then I got to go edit out the music, and then there's no music,
yeah,
and YouTube,
yeah.
and YouTube's hard. YouTube is really hard to grow. It is super hard to grow on YouTube. Um,
I haven't tried to
but
grow the YouTube. I ain't even tried growing my TikTok. I got
yeah,
probably 100 hours of video I could go through and put on TikTok, but I just don't get a lot of time to do that, right? I'm not a
yep.
good editor.
It mhm.
It takes so much
It takes
time
time. Yes, it does.
and all that.
Yes,
So,
it
and I
does.
don't try to grow it to make money off of it. I just, put stuff
Right,
out there. If somebody watches it, wants to learn something there's something free to learn from.
right.
But
Well, there's thousands of people doing that, man. There's thousands of men out there that are
yeah.
hashtagging, alignment that can't afford to go somewhere and do it, so they got to figure it out themselves. Or
And I've
there's
got an
guys
old
that
one where I take 30 feet of
just don't
string.
have the time.
Right. I've got an old one where I take 30 feet of string,
Yeah.
2 straight edge sticks, and teach them how to align their own truck literally for $2 worth of stuff.
Wow,
So
that's cool.
it's
If you can't afford it, let me teach you. If you can't afford it and your time's more valuable, come on over. You know what I mean? Either way,
right,
that's cool.
right. Yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
And literally with 30 feet of
Yep.
string, 2 pieces of
Right.
duct tape, a tape measure, and a pen, you can align your own truck way better than anybody else.
Yeah. We won't say those anyone else's, but they're all over the country.
Yeah,
You're wasting your money. Might as well just throw it in the toilet. Yeah.
right. Hell, I
Yeah,
just
just
fixed.
don't take your
Yeah.
brain and put it in just absorb all that knowledge. I just want to
Yeah.
suck all that knowledge out of it.
Well, there's a lot of it, and
That's
a
right.
lot of it comes from experience, and all, and dealing with these. And like just the other day, I was telling one of the customers, he was like, "Why do you do this?" I said, "Because I like to do it. One, I like doing it, and I like the results that we get from doing it.
Right.
And it helps you guys because I've been there where
You're
you go
actually
get
saving
stuff done.
lives too, right, Rocky?
Yeah. Just like the one yesterday, I had to go throw a tie
Yeah.
rod assembly in it and a drag link because it was wore out, and he had just had an inspection at another shop,
See, and
and they missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I grabbed the
Yeah.
drag link and I was like, "Whoa, this ain't good." you know.
Yeah. You got to fix this, buddy boy.
Hey
Yeah.
Vince, what time are you on
Gotta get
today?
this fixed.
Yeah.
4:30 Eastern.
Is there a specific topic
So
or
here. No, it's just coffee break. So they just BS, but they want to know what the channel's about, what I'm about. They just want to, I guess, interview me, and so it's just like the BS portion of what do you call it? Their show. They have
Yeah.
they call it a coffee break, and it's it's basically like their break, but they interview drivers. They interview truck drivers. So
is that
yeah.
4:30 Eastern time?
4:30 Eastern, correct.
Okay.
4:30 Eastern.
Very cool.
Yep. Yeah, I got to stop in about an hour and write down some notes so I'm clear. I do a lot better stuff like that. I do a lot better when I have notes prepared. So I can
Yeah.
stay focused. I have a hard time staying focused, and if I'm nervous, I screw up. But if I'm good sometimes, like being in the zone, just talking from the heart. But something like that, where there's thousands of people, listening, you don't want to screw that up. You know, you have one
Pretend they're
shot.
not there.
What's that?
Pretend it's just you and the host on the satellite radio talking.
Yeah, or you and me
You know.
talking. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep, that does work too. Yep, if I can get in that mind, it all just depends on my mood, and I'm not, right now I'm a little jaded with my dad, everything he's going through. He only has, a week, Rocky, if that. So,
Really?
yeah, I had
Wow.
to, well, my mom and I have been through the last 6 days. He got on hospice 6 days ago. We had to put him on. He was just confused and delirium, and I've never been through anything like this before, so they had to bring in a bunch of medicine, comfort meds, and
Yeah.
I think some of you probably know what those are. I won't say them on this, but
Yeah.
it's just, man, it's terrible. It's
Yeah.
horrible to watch. And at one time, I had to, I had to physically restrain him, and I hurt his arm because of it, because he fought back, because he didn't know what he was doing. And so now I'm, weeping that I hurt my dad, but I'm not trained in this. I don't know what I'm doing. The nurse just kind of told me what to do. She needed help, and I did it. So now everything's
Yeah.
okay. But to get to this point that we're at took some serious action, if you know what I mean. It took a
Yeah.
unpleasant, a couple unpleasant hours to get to this point. But you don't, and only, not everybody can do it, Rocky. That's what the nurse was saying. She's like, a lot of people, they get mad at their loved ones, they judge them, and it's like they don't even know what they're doing most of the time. They don't even
Right.
realize what they're doing. So you
And
just
they
gotta
don't know
love
who
on
they're
them.
doing it to either.
That's correct. It's not them. It's not them. So you have to get in a different mindset and just protect them and love on them the best you can without judging them. Which
Have
is
your
hard
kids
to
got
do.
to go over and spend some time?
No, they're either tomorrow or the next day. My son just got back from the hospital yesterday. He went back in for a week. He had MRSA, so he has to
Oh,
wait till I think tomorrow for the quarantine, and then he'll be free to come. They'll be coming down. Yeah. So I'll be. I'm just doing a local run right now. Just the up and down that we've been through the last 2 years. We've realized no matter what we're going through, like you got to just do your best, right? So I jumped on this load. A broker was desperate. When they call me out of the blue and they're begging me, dude, how can you say no to that? And they're
Yeah.
paying you an astronomical amount. Like, I mean, it's a win-win for everybody. Like I even though I don't want to do it, it's a terrible, like the work involved is terrible. You don't want to. These are the times that as an owner operator, I can shine and put a good memory in that broker's mind. Like, oh, this guy's okay. This guy's there for me. I'm going to be there for him if he's stuck somewhere, right? So I do my best. I try to, try to be there for people. People are there for me, so I try to be there for people,
I'm sorry,
So
Vince. Sorry about that.
thank you. Appreciate that. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm excited, man. I've been trying to get on any radio channel. I mean, I'd hashtag, Fox, CNN, Candace Owens, you name them. I don't care what political party. None of that matters to me at this point. It's just if we can get a voice, a powerful voice, that's my goal, is to get a
Did,
voice to wake people up.
did they give you a cheat sheet or anything of what questions they might ask you?
No.
No.
And I asked them that. Yeah, they said no. We just want to get to know what your channel's about, what you're about, and it's just a relaxed, coffee break basically. It's
Yeah.
nothing formal, nothing special. But to get on the show itself, I mean, I'm honored.
Yeah.
Jump on
should
that in
be
a
great.
heartbeat. Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what frustrates me to all hell is literally you have the aviation industry, right? The comparison to the trucking, which just by the numbers, trucking's more important than aviation, right? In
Right.
terms of the macroeconomics. Here's the thing: when the Max Airbus, the Boeing Max, it's a horrible tragedy. About a little bit more than 400, came to their end, unfortunately, because of that plane. Every single plane, Max jets, were grounded. All of them. And when you look at the trucking industry, you want to tell the public that, hey, every year, close to 5,000 suffer that same fate, yet it's just the cost of doing business.
Wow. It's an
What-
acceptable
Right.
rate.
And,
Yeah.
and think about it. Tell the public that one out of 22% of all the trucks that you see on your highways are deemed not safe and shouldn't be operating. Would you go on a
Right.
plane if you knew 22% of them not safe to be operated?
That's right.
No,
That's right.
it's the Wild West. It's an
Right.
embarrassment.
It is. It is.
I'm sorry to get upset about it, but it's really, really
No, no,
embarrassing.
that's okay. DM me after this, okay? DM me after this show, and let's talk about that before I get on the other. And just so you know, when I was
I'm
at
not saying
Matt's,
that's not what I'm not saying you have to say that. I was just
No, I
venting
know.
on my own
I know.
frustration.
well, my frustration, I really, in my heart, I really thought Sean Duffy cared and was passionate about the trucking industry. And at Matt's 2026, I learned, he said it straight up. He goes, actually, he's telling everybody, actually, he goes, I love aviation. I'm all about aviation. And that right there told me to say that at a trucking show. People, if you let people talk, they'll tell you what's in their heart. Especially if you really just listen to what people are saying, you don't talk, they'll tell you what they're about. Whether they're trying to fake or not, people will eventually say what they're really about. And so him
Right.
saying that at a trucking show, that tells me where his heart, that broke my heart, man, when he was like, aviation is where my heart is, and it's what I love, it's what I'm passionate about. I'm like, oh, okay, this is making more sense to me. I need to focus on Derek Bars then, not
Well,
you at all.
Vince, do you want to switch hats though? Do you want him to lie and say he just cares about trucking because he's in charge of all of it?
No,
And the reason
no,
why I give him a
absolutely
pass,
not.
I think he's
Yeah.
a good. He's got 9 kids. He's got 9 children.
Right.
And
Right.
I've heard some stories. And I think he's a good guy. I really do. Many people disagree with
Yeah.
me. I think so. Now I might be blinded by it, but you got a lot of children like that. Your priorities change, and you got a big heart. I think he's not familiar with the trucking business as he probably should be. But nor is Derek Bars. So.
Well, he's got five main industries to focus on. Like, give the guy a
Right.
break. I agree with you. Like, and for him to love one more than another is human instinct. Like, if I was a secretary, DOT secretary, I would be focused on trucking. So yeah, I appreciate his honesty. Of course, I love that. I just know that it's a waste of time for us to try to get him to change anything. I think we're wasting our time.
Unfortunately, in this environment and what we've got to, people tend to focus on just the negatives and how it affects them individually.
That's
But
true.
if you really think about it, when is the last time any leader of the FMCSA has been this vocal? Whether it's for the right reasons or wrong, I can't tell you. But it's
Right,
at least a
right.
small step in the positive direction.
You're absolutely
That's
right.
the way I
And
look at it.
yes. Not only that, remember when that non-domiciled foreigner, the illegal foreigner that unalived 3 people in Florida, the famous one that
Right.
was on TV, when that happened and we were all screaming for help on our lives. I mean, this was like, 6 months ago? We were all screaming on our lives. We were making videos about it. Like, government, what are you going to do to help us? Like, these are our people. These are your people. Like, our American citizens. Like, your job is to protect us. You're our representatives. What are you going to do? He went to, on his own reconnaissance, he went to a New Jersey truck stop and surprised a bunch of veteran truck drivers and went in disguise to talk to a bunch of truck drivers about it, what we were screaming about, to see if what we were saying was true, which I don't blame him, of course. And he did his research, and then he went to work. After talking to a lot of truck drivers, he went to work at attempting to make it safer. Now, I don't know what came out of that, but I commend him for that.
Right.
I do, big time. Yeah, man, I'll give credit where due. For sure. And I know what you're saying. People do. They they focus on the negative, and if they're not being helped, they don't think of the overall, and that frustrates me. You know,
Right.
that's why we are where we are. Because I mean, how many people here know your neighbors? And you don't have to answer, but I'm guilty. I don't know many of my neighbors. Out of 10 neighbors, I know 2 on my block. I'm guilty of it. You know, I haven't put myself out there to know my neighbors. We're losing that American pie, that you know, the American way. We're losing our values. I mean, that's how I got started. Okay, you know, that's how I got started in doing what I'm doing, because I want to go back old school, like with technology, right? It would be awesome if we could bring back values and morals and integrity, and shake someone's hand and look them in the eye, and you're good for it, or you're not good for it. You never get a shot again, right? So, I mean, what do contracts really do? If someone doesn't come through, what does a contract really do? Hell, bankruptcy is not even embarrassing to a lot of people anymore. It's a way of business now, and that's sad. If you go rake up a credit card, man, you should pay that. I don't care if it's somehow getting paid through this channel or that channel, or people are making money off your debt, whatever. What are you accountable for? You know, if you rack up a debt, you should pay that debt, unless it was really a mistake, right? Um,
Yeah, I
but
think
we're
those
not there.
situations are different, right? In terms of
They are, yeah, yeah,
what we want to do, and like I said, I came from a different industry, and it's, you know, I wish, and I maybe, you know, maybe you guys one day will be able to explain to me how it's become so fractured, at least on the owner operator driver side. It's been very hard. I don't know what happened with the OOIDA, how the animosity came against them as well. You know, one day I'd love to hear it, but you know,
ATA. We could
the
go on for
ATA,
hours
all
about the American Trucking
right.
Association. Yeah,
ATA, I understand a little bit more, but I think a lot of owner operators have gone against the OIDA, and I don't know the full
yes,
background there, but you know,
right,
I do think the power in numbers should never be ignored. You know, so
right.
you just gotta just work a little bit harder to get it organized, and I think everyone is on the right direction right now. I think for the first time I've seen people's things are starting to get some traction. So
Right. Coming together. That's my main goal, man, is uniting people, getting people together and breaking up the fights and reminding people how they're on the same team, even if they don't agree on everything, you know, that kind of thing. You know, everybody you know, every family has that one person, right? Usually it's like grandma or it's Aunt Susan that, you know, once they pass away, the family breaks up, right? And everybody says, man, grandma was really the reason we all were together for all those years, all those decades, right? Well, I would love it if I can somehow figure out how to be that man, that team for the trucking industry. I would be honored if one day people said that about me 30, 40 years from now. Man, Vince really kept everybody together, man, he really calmed a lot of fights and brought people together, you know. So that's why you always hear me doing my best to talk positivity about people, not negativity.
yeah, no, that's great.
You know,
Yeah,
if I feel negative about someone, I do my best to just keep my mouth shut, because we don't get anywhere with that. You know, we look like idiots. Oops, I don't think I should have said that. Sorry, Mike.
You're all right. You're
Yeah,
all right. You're all right.
let me
We're
have fun,
fine.
you man.
Bro, I
It's
have
not
this
you
on.
I'm worried about.
I have this as 18 and up, so I think we're okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I
Yes.
try to keep it to where since we are truck drivers, and I know how our mouths get.
That's right. We love the First Amendment, don't we? Don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So,
And to talk
anyways,
about that OIDA just a little bit, one of the reasons why a lot of people have kind of went against OIDA is that OIDA really hasn't done a whole lot for truck drivers in a long time. They sit on like $90 million worth of assets, and we have company drivers that get abandoned by their companies and 2,000 miles away from home and stuff. No way to get there. Does OIDA reach out a helping hand? No.
that's
This
how
is the
Final
main reason,
Mile
like
started.
well, that's why I came up with the Trucker Guardian Fund. was because I'm looking at it going, okay, the guy's got final mile, which helps get the, deceased home. But what about all the men and women that get abandoned because of the company? And I went, OOIDA could literally do this. They could do it. They could do it leaps and bounds better than I can because of the amount of assets they have. And they could take part of their membership fees and just take part of it every year and put it into a trucker guardian fund as we did. And then if somebody runs into that situation, they can reach out and help. But they
That's
don't.
beautiful, Mike. That's beautiful. What you're doing. Yeah.
But this is OOIDA. They don't do that, though. That is
I know
where
they don't.
a lot of that animosity towards OOIDA has come. Hey, don't get me wrong. I use their drug consortium program. I will say, as far as all of the ones I found, in my opinion, it's one of the better ones out there. So I can say they do some things, but that's only for the owner-operators that need that. They're not doing much for the rest of the trucking industry. You know,
Mike, I was going to say earlier, it seems like every good-hearted grassroots movement turns into a business that is wonderful and great, and then once they turn into a corporation, it becomes about money, power, and what they want, not what the people want, or in our case, what the truckers need or want. And it's like, who's getting it? Is it BlackRock? Is it Vanguard? Like, does somebody come in? You need shareholders. We'll give you $20 million if you give us 5% of your company. And then from there, it just all goes to hell in a handbasket. What is going on where these companies, once they get big, it just becomes about business and nothing about actually helping anybody in any situation. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Everything.
Oh, I
it's
know.
like good intentions.
This
Yeah.
is one of the reasons why I like in the bylaws for the Federation wrote it in there. If we were to ever get to the point to where somebody were to get a salary, and how everybody's like, oh, the CEO makes this or the president makes this or whatever. The top person in the Federation makes if we were to ever get there, would make the same equivalent as the lowest paid person.
Nice. Show the
And
wealth.
that's a permanent.
There you go.
That's a permanent bylaw to where that it's just a forethought. But most of them don't do that. They look at it and you go, oh, there's Well, Sean and I, we were talking about it yesterday evening. We were talking about the CEO of the Turnpike and how that makes $280,000 a year.
Right.
And then I figured it out. That means they have to traverse 1.238 million miles, a truck does, to pay for that salary for 1 year.
Right.
Which is the equivalent of 5,200 trucks traveling one way across Ohio.
Well,
why
here's
does
the
that
thing.
CEO
American
need to make
backs are tired.
$280,000? Well, hold on. Why does a CEO of the Turnpike need to make that kind of money? Or if we even back it up to OOIDA, why does the CEO of OOIDA need to make, I think it's like either a half or $750,000 when I looked at the 990s? What are you doing for truckers? I mean, other than sending your little minion there, Pew, to Congress to say that our biggest problem is bathroom access.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I go to a lot of mills because I run agriculture. I've never had a problem going to the bathroom.
Same.
I mean,
Same.
I just don't understand it.
It's ways to get rich without working hard. It's ways to make a lot of profit quickly without working for it, because that's the thing. People don't want to put in 30 years anymore. They want to figure out a smart way to get tax money. Tax money is the way to go now. Come up with some ridiculous research that you can do. You get 90% of it. Spend 10% on some employees at minimum wage to do the studies, and then you come up with a ridiculous amount that the federal government can't spend on fixing the problem, and then you just walked away with 90% of the the whole thing. So boom, you're in. You're set.
Thank you for
You're
letting
okay.
me up.
You're okay.
That's one of those things where These are some of the reasons of why OIDA and ATA have such a bad taste in most of the trucking industry's mouth.
Right.
Is because they don't do much for the trucking industry.
Right. Mike, I gotta go. I gotta get going, brother. But it was great talking to every single one of you. Have a wonderful day. Get the shiny side up, all right?
We'll talk.
Thank you,
later.
Vince.
See you, bud.
Yep. Later, guys.
Hey,
Yeah,
Mike,
I just
you're
looked
not-
at them.
You're not driving. I think Sarah was requesting to come up, but if you're driving, don't
She
worry
came
about
up. No, I brought her up, and then she left. I don't know
She
what
come
happened.
up for like 5 seconds and then she was gone.
Yeah, I don't know what
it.
happened.
Driving, focus on the road. If you're driving, be careful.
Oh, we're good. Oh, here she is again.
TikTok dropped me for some reason.
Well, quit being a bad person, and they won't do that. You're probably the
I
one that
tried-
I see down at the bottom down there that's making my comments get filtered, aren't you? Causing trouble.
I didn't say nothing. I haven't commented at all. I said good morning to
What, were you nice to Sam?
was I not? I was being
Well-
nice to Sam.
That's your problem. You can't be nice to Sam. That's why I've got it set for that. You have to pick on him.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Sam. I'm just gonna have to pick on you. The rules are the rules.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep you up here. That way we don't, nobody gets dropped. Everybody's got to pick on Sam. That's how they all stay. So, Sarah, what the heck happened in your live last night? I hear this thing turned into a nightmare.
Fuck that bullshit.
Oh,
I called Sam this morning, told him to listen to it. That's it was all over the place.
oh, okay. Sam, do you have something to say about this? I mean, it sounds like you're a little vocal over there.
Give me about 5 minutes. I'm at the quarry and I'm in line to get scaled out, and then I'll fucking just hammer the shit out of it. Lying ass,
Oh, okay.
stupid ass, son of a bitch people.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, this could get very interesting, folks.
I didn't feel like it was my place to say anything. He's a moderator, so he can watch the lives over. So
Right, right.
So is that the live we were all in last night till midnight?
yeah.
And they got sideways in there?
It's what it sounds like. 'Cause Sam's heated.
It didn't really get sideways for us. It's for FOPT and Matt and Sam and Mike.
How I wasn't even in there.
No, you didn't have to be. Sam would tell you.
Oh. Okay. I was gonna say I was talking to the wife when you sent the one invite. So like, what did I do?
That's the reason I sent the invite.
Oh, because you see, I'm not a fan of drama. So
No, but you could have listened. But
Oh.
Sam went and listened.
I got you.
I see. I don't comment on that stuff because I don't know what happens between you guys, so it's not my place to.
Okay, so I mean,
Between who?
Between you and Matt.
Oh, well, it looks to me, it sounds to me like I'm going to have to release some fucking receipts here then. Okay. I love releasing receipts. I really do.
I'm not
I
trying
love
to start
that shit.
nothing.
No, it's all right.
I wasn't even going to bring
That's
it up.
all right.
I wasn't even going to bring it up on live, but you asked me, and I'm not going to lie.
No, you're fine. Look.
but no, Matt seemed
I
like he was
made-
ready to come together with Mike and FOPT again. You know, not be part of the group, but
Yeah, no,
he was sit and listen and talk and relax
Yeah,
with them.
It's when he first, I think, what they're talking about, was when he first came in there.
Yeah.
It was when Big Bird.
But he
Big
calmed
Bird
down. He
laid-
changed.
Big
He
Bird.
changed his view. Right.
Big Bird laid into his ass, and
He
he
did
changed
lay into-
his tune. Big
He
Bird.
did.
I have never heard Big Bird yell like that. I didn't know all of the lives that I've heard. Yeah, I didn't know he could yell like that.
Me neither. That's why I told Sam. I was like, he got wild for a minute.
Yeah, I didn't know Big Bird was like that. Big Bird laid into his ass. So I was like, yo, I ain't even gonna say nothing. I don't even think I came back into a box. I just stayed in the view. I stayed in the viewing sense, and that's all I did.
Oh, it's like you told us you had a phone. You told us you had a phone call.
I did. I had to call my wife, and then when I came back in there, y'all were still going. I'm like, look, I'm just gonna stay in the viewing section, bro. I don't want to be part of that because I have so many things I can say, and I don't want to be that guy.
No, so it was kind of ugly when he first came in there, and like Pickle said, Big Bird laid into him, and then his attitude changed. But was you guys brought up in the beginning? Yes, you guys was brought up in the beginning, and
Big Bird flat out called him a quitter.
He did. Big Bird did. Big Bird says, I followed you from the beginning and you've let me down.
Let me tell you about that little fucking bitch. Let me set the record straight as far as the, he brought something to Mike and we shot it down, or Mike shot it down. That's not how that conversation went. Yes, he was on a live, and Matt did turn around and make a thing about the fundraiser. The problem was he made a promise under the FOPT name, and that is what he got jumped about, was for making promises for the FOPT without actually bringing it to us so that we knew what was going on. So if we were confronted about it, we weren't sitting there with egg on our face going, we know nothing about that. He was asked that in the future to turn around and say, you know what? That sounds like something we can get behind. Let me turn around, bring it to everybody, and we'll get back to you tomorrow. That's what was said. It wasn't shot down. It was told, look, next time, bring it to us first so that we can turn around and make a group decision on it.
Hey,
because we're supposed to be a group.
What fundraiser are we talking about, though? Hold on.
Pizza for kids.
Pizza for kids.
Oh, that's
Pizza
right.
for kids.
Which is what's going on with free pizza for kids. Huh?
You know, when he made the promise about it at Matt's.
I'm being a smartass because
I know you are.
Bobby, our secretary, my wife, is the one that told Matt what she said. So let's get this, because you can't make promises without talking to all the board members. Yeah.
That's how that works in any corporation or any
Yes. Okay, so let's do that. Continue on, Sam. What else do we got?
Now, as far as the reason this little bitch fucking left, and God, he's got me fucking pissed. Like, I want to call him and straighten his fucking ass out. So, before Matt's, I was not in the organization. I was not part of FOPT. I was in the background, and I was helping out. If they needed a devil's advocate, they would call me, they would bounce things off, and I would give them my opinion. I never had an actual say. Mike can verify this. Now, people weren't doing their job, and I was asked to come in to take some of the stress off of Mike. So I came in and I helped out with the social media. Over time, I was asked to step in as the COO. If they could get Pablo to drop down to vice president, because they felt, both Mike and Matt felt that I would be a better person to put there, because I've got the communication skills to go through between the two of them. And I can get Mike to sit there and be quiet and actually listen, where Pablo and Matt can't do that. That's a thing of respect, and we've been talking to each other and hanging out and all that for, 14, 15 years.
Long time, my friend.
So Matt sat there, and I told Matt, no, I didn't want to do it. But he kept pushing, like, you know what? Fine. If you can get Pablo to step down, I will come in as COO. Well, we talked to Pablo. Pablo was all for it over the phone.
I wasn't in that conversation.
No, he was not. He was not. He had to stay out of it because of my wishes. So Pablo was all about it over the phone. Come the night of the meeting where he was asked to, I wasn't in the meeting. I don't know what happened in the meeting. I got a text message after the meeting from Pablo saying, fuck this shit. After Matt's, I'm out. I tried to convince Pablo to not go. And he said, nope, I made up my mind, and you can ask Matt, when I make up my mind, I'm done. I'm leaving after Matt's. Okay. I still tried to convince. I still tried to sit there and convince him not to. No. It was like a week or two later.
Oh yeah.
Because another meeting happened where they were going to bring me in under a vote. Well, the vote didn't happen. I don't know what hell happened. I can't remember because I listened to that meeting after I was brought back in on the board. But Pablo turned around after the meeting. He said, fuck this, I'm out of this shit. Completely out. Now, he only sent this to me. He didn't send this to anybody else. That was the night that I learned what LinkedIn actually was. It's a basically Facebook for business people. Mike had announced that night that he made a LinkedIn for the FOPT, and Pablo took it the wrong way and went sideways with it. And threw a temper, and he resigned 2 days after that. Now, that turned around and put a bad taste in my mouth. Because if you're going to turn around and tell me that you're going to quit, to me, that's a little temper tantrum. Especially after you tell me that, hey, look, I'm all about this. I'll step down, you take over COO, and we're good. So he turns around and resigns. Fast forward to Matt's. We get there to Matt's, and Matt and Pablo were all about, yeah, Pablo's wanting to come back. We'll vote him in, this, that, and everything else. Well, I was the only one that Pablo told that crap to before he resigned. I sent the screenshots to Mike and said, keep this to yourself, but I want you to know what's going on at your table.
And I still got the receipts.
Matt did not know about this because I didn't want him to see what his supposed best friend is doing. I did keep that from him, and I still kept it from him until this very moment, if he's listening in the background. This is the first time it has ever came out. We turned around and had a vote to bring Pablo back in. Like probably 3 weeks after Matt's. Because that's the first time we were able to get everybody to the board to have this meeting. There was 2 votes. I was one of them that said no. I'm not going to say the other because they're not in here to defend themselves. I voted no based on the fact that he turned around and he was throwing a fit because he was asked to step out of the COO position, go down to a VP. After telling me and Matt he was fine with it, but the moment the vote came, or he was asked to do it, he threw a temper tantrum. Now, after that meeting that he was voted no, he threw another temper tantrum and took and blocked everybody off the FOPT and all the social medias because he wasn't voted back in. In the middle of that meeting, when the vote came, Matt was cammed up for the meeting. The moment my vote came in as no, He shut his camera off, and he has never been the same since. He didn't call me or Mike like he normally did, nothing. I called him twice, and the conversations were short. And then, a week and a half ago, on a Saturday, he just, out of the blue, sends us a lovely little email saying that he resigns because he's not a follower, he's a leader. He won't follow anybody.
And that we're not a team. We haven't been a team in some time. He's not a follower. And that if someone's going to steal his ideas. Now, let me just throw this out here as far as a team goes. The team came together so that Matt could come to Matt's and we would be a team there because he couldn't afford it. Mr. We're not a team. So continue with that, Sam.
No, that's all I've got because that right there is what fucking got me set off. He wants to turn around and say that his friends got his back, and he left because he felt that it was us against him when it wasn't. He had a say in everything. We were all about his ideas too. We're in the middle of doing the sponsorship, which was his idea. We went to Matt's because it was, from what I understand, his original idea, and then we turned around and ran with it.
Yep, that was Matt's idea. We were going to Matt's, and he was going to pay for it.
We had no problem with Pizza for Kids. It was his idea. It was the way he went about it. So to sit there and say,
well, hold on, let's say this: the free pizza for kids. He says this 7 days. I don't even know if it was 7 days before Matt's. We already had booth design taken care of. We had raffle ticks. We had everything already set a certain way. No time to plan. No time to plan for this fundraiser. But we're just going to do it. That's what pissed off Bobby. Because after Bobby and I had spent an ass ton of money to get everything we needed for all the fundraisers we did, and then he come in on the backside, not talking to anybody, and then, well, we're just going to do it.
Did you not
With
tell
no
me
time
you?
to plan it.
Did you not tell me you'd been working on stuff yourself for the fundraiser?
He was involved with all. He was involved with all of that stuff. Everything was talked about in every board meeting every week. Not to mention the conversations outside the board meetings, where like we had a group text message that we would be able to text amongst all of us. All of us were in there.
Well,
the free pizza for kids. After he brought that up, we brought that little QR code down there to Matt's. It didn't do a whole lot at Matt's, but there was no big posters for it. We had already designed posters and had them already figured out that we're going to put this many posters on the tables. We had 4 large posters for the 4 different, 5, right? 5, 6, 5, 5.
So
there's
when
one
did he?
for each raffle. So you're talking about 4
the 50-50
plus the 50-50 for that went to
So when did
Bobby had already paid to have all the posters made?
Right. So when
and had
did
already picked them up?
Right. So when did he commit FOPT to the fundraiser before y'all worked on all that?
No,
it was after all that.
Everything. Brett, we had everything ready to go. We had literally just had a board meeting on a Thursday.
Right.
And we had all the posters were made. They were already there. They came out good. Everything was ordered. We had everything in line. The inverters were the batteries, everything we needed.
Right.
And we're like 7 days, not even that. We were 5 days. 5 days from leaving for Matt's.
So after y'all did all of that, he come up and said, "We're going to do this fundraiser."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. At Matt's. With 5 days to plan it. And purchase everything that needed to be purchased and yada, yada, yada.
We didn't have a problem with raising the money,
No, I'm just
obviously,
trying-
because we still are.
Yeah.
It was the timing, the fact that he made a promise under the FOPT name.
But it sounded like y'all were already committed already anyway. So
we were committed to everything else.
We didn't have anything for John to chant his free pizza for kids. We had the West Virginia orphanage. We had the 50-50, which was for Trucker Guardian Fund. We had the snack basket. We had the hygiene basket. Those were both for the Trucker Guardian Fund. And the thing is we had massive posters made so you could see it from a distance. If this would have been brought up like 4 weeks previous, we could have done something better, put out a better poster than this little, what do we have, a 4x6 card with a QR code on it? That we could, I mean, it was like, what are we going to do here? We've got like 2 or 3 days, you know? I mean, Bobby was listening on the outside, and she sent me what the fuck did he just say we're going to do? It's like, that wasn't how that went. And then the funny part about it is we even said, after we had this conversation that he got so mad about, you know, he got all mad and butthurt, and as everybody likes to say, rage quit the phone call, you know, because Bobby and Sam were like, bro, what the fuck? And then he tried to backstep it and say he didn't say that. And I'm like, no, motherfucker, I was in the live. You did say that. Well, I didn't think it'd be a big idea. Big deal. What? All of everything we do with FOPT right now is self-funded. It all comes out of our pockets. It's not just the easiest thing in the world to come up with this shit. I mean, I think Bobby spent like, what, $500 on the fucking posters?
Something like that.
You know,
plus they spent all that money on the
raffle tickets. She bought all the stuff for the snack basket.
Well, I was talking about all the
stuff
table,
for the personal hygiene basket,
the table things, the backdrop.
cloths. Yeah, well, Matt bought some of the backdrop. Matt did buy some of the backdrop, you know. But then she bought like the frame and stuff, the backdrop. Well, those are actually for her photography stuff, but yeah, I mean, she had to, you know, it's like, you know, what the fuck, dude? That's the thing, and if I need be, I will break out all the receipts, baby. I will break out fucking videos. I will break out transcripts, fucking screenshot the text messages. I can bring it fucking all.
And when he says that he was getting outnumbered, it's because he thought that I went along with everything Mike said, and I've corrected Mike.
Oh, we go at it. We butt heads. We butt heads.
I've had to remind Mike that the professional is in the name, and we need to be more professional on what we do. Because one of the examples is Mike swore up and down if Dave showed up at Matt's, he wasn't shaking his hand. I says, oh, really? Because I will, because that's a professional thing to do. And 24 hours later, Mike corrected himself and said, you're right, I will shake his hand because you're right, we are professionals.
Even after everything that I've had happen to me from that.
Rocky shook my hand.
So it was never two people against him, and he felt he needed a friend to turn around and have his side. The one
Sarah, was you trying to say something?
No, I wasn't saying nothing. I was shifting gears.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you heard the gear shifter.
I heard a robot. I didn't know if that was you.
No.
No, I think Sam roboted. I think Sam roboted.
Nice
No.
one.
But when
nice
I sit
one.
there,
Not what y'all be mean.
it might have
I
been.
wanted you to
It
get
might
the
have
word
been
out.
me. It might have been me.
It was.
It's just, yeah. I just to listen to all that and not have anybody in there to defend it, the FOPT. That pissed me off.
Well, he wouldn't
It's like,
even
are
let me
you looking
defend
to
the
make sure we're not
FOPT
in there
his
so
live.
that you can turn around and run it?
Is Bird a,
Yeah, well-
is Bird
No,
a
I-
FOPT?
Right.
No,
No.
Bert's not. So
Okay.
I have a
No.
question. So after Bird jumped into him after all this, he said that he was willing to come to the meeting on the 25th. Would it still be civil or?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what she said. I got a phone call. What was that again?
All right.
So
after,
he's going to come to the meeting on the 25th, and she's wanting to make sure it's still going to be civil, and it will.
Federation of Professional Truckers.
No, I was just saying. I was just like, I wasn't insulting anybody. Like, I was,
No,
I'm not saying
it'll all be civil. It'll be civil until somebody gets out of line, and then they're going to be asked to leave. If they cannot be civil enough with everything
Yeah.
and be calm
The
with
difference
it,
is,
then they will
the
be
difference
asked to
is
leave.
with us. The difference is with us. We don't fucking be a coward and mute people like he did when I said to him bullshit on his live. And just so you all know, I'm the motherfucker that called him a fucking liar that he talked about from what I hear. Because not a goddamn word that he said until I got booted out of there was the fucking truth. And I have all the fucking receipts I need to prove what I'm saying.
does anybody know what Audrey was talking about last night?
I've got no idea.
I wasn't in there, so I don't know what was said. So
I asked KSG, and he even said that she came in like that.
Like really hot. Her and Charlie had a couple words, and then just something must have happened before. I don't know. And I didn't feel comfortable asking.
Well, I mean, if anyone talks to Charlie 379, I see you're in here. Let her know I'm not mad at her. I just didn't want them arguing in the live. That's why I was muting everybody.
Well, you'd have probably definitely muted me if I'd have got in there.
Well, I
Because
wasn't.
I'm done pulling punches.
Well, no, I wasn't muting people in the comments. I was just muting their microphones.
Oh, no, I'm talking about if I'd have went up on the, I'd have been on the screen. And I'd have come up in there. So
No,
you
I-
lying little motherfucker, you want to tell some other shit? While I
No.
post out my fucking receipts?
And as far as his thing in October, we never had a problem with it.
That's the thing. I never got to talk to the motherfucker. He said all that shit on that live and said he would call me. And then Saturday, as I'm getting back, picking up my fucking slack adjuster, Bobby walks out the fucking door and goes, "Did you see the email?" And I'm like, "What fucking email?" And Sam's on the phone with me. He's like, "Yeah, there's an email. Tab just told me there's an email." And I'm like, "There's an email?" And so I look, and it's him fucking resigning. Never got a phone call, never got a text message. The other part of the reason why I say he's a lying motherfucker was because after the last one he resigned on, because we wanted to put out a page that brought everybody together on our webpage, he didn't want to be involved in that unity. He said, "I'm not supporting Dave McCowan. I'm not supporting We the Truckers." And I'm like, well, it was a webpage. It was an idea. I sent out screenshots. Like, and he's like, well, I won't ever quit again unless I make a phone call. So if there's a misunderstanding, we can work it out. Because we're brothers, and we started this together, and we're going to see it through to the fucking end. There ain't nobody or nothing coming between us. And to this day, I don't know what the fuck he meant by anything in his email.
I mean, I think that we all need to come together and work together. That's where I agree with Vince with. And because if we don't, we're not going to be anything. Nobody.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I'll be the first to tell you, I can't stand the word advocate anymore because it's gotten a bad name. It really has. I wish there was another name for what everybody does, but unfortunately there's not.
Definitely not. I was going to say something and cutting there a minute ago about Matt. I said something to him last night because I know he's passionate and he gets all emotional about everything, and then he speaks before thinking and gets loud, and that's not a way to do things. And I told him back with the free pizza for kids thing, because he was on a live that we were in and I was talking about it, and then he wanted to know more about it when he started all that before the truck show. And I had told him then too, don't worry about it. I'm going to do stuff later for him and all that. So, but he kept, he did rush and try to push that in. And like you guys with your booth and everybody, it takes months to plan out this stuff, right? When you're doing something like that at a show. So he should have just, I know John appreciates it, but he should have paused that for the moment and waited till after the show to do something.
Right.
And that's all Bobby was basically saying when she called him on it. Was that you haven't talked to any of us. Tap, Laura, nobody was involved with it.
Right. Yeah, just like us. I mean, with our booth, I couldn't go in a week before and start changing stuff up and all that. That shit's all planned way ahead of time.
And I agree, because me and Rocky had a conversation too, and Rocky said he was going to do something after Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. That's one of the things that FOPT is about. Sam and I used to do this shit without FOPT years ago. Sam and I have been helping people for a long fucking time. And I mean a long time. Basically about a year after him and I met each other. So I don't have any issue of helping anyone. But we need to make sure we're going to do it right.
So there were some more questions, Mike, in the live, and I'm gonna ask you, and then SG could probably. They were wanting to know on the 25th at the meeting, are we just concentrating on autonomous? Or are we concentrating on other stuff as well?
It's just the autonomous. KSG and I talked about this earlier. I'll bring you up to speed on it. If you look in the description under the video, it says that. Now, I did put this off right here to KSG. We will host another Teams meeting if everyone wants that, to kind of have an open platform. It's going to be the same rules. You got to be cammed up, whatever, and it cannot interfere with any of FOPT's board meetings or anything of that nature. But I am willing to offer that up again. Once again, I'm not leading this. We're just hosting. That's it. So if everybody wants to do one like that, let me know, and we'll schedule it out.
Then there was some more stuff talked about in the live too. After the 25th, after we can come up with a game plan or whatever, they were talking about
it was what?
They were talking about having a meeting in Iowa at
the Jamboree.
Oh yeah, right. What I want
to Jamboree.
Yeah, they was talking about having a. They was talking about having a meeting in the theater room.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to go or not, but you know,
July 9th to the 11th.
Yeah, I know.
I think what they were. I think what Hot Deals was saying, or I think that's the same as Hot Deals. I think what he was saying is, yeah, Die Hard Deals. That's him. I think what he was saying is to get try to get enough people in there to the theater room, then have everybody else start their lives or whatever and listen. And I think that's what he was trying to get at.
So one of the things that Mike and I have been talking about for the 25th is putting up a live while we're doing the meeting for the people that can't get to the meeting, that don't have the invite. They stay down in the comments, and like me and Bobby turn around and reading the comments to bring it into the meeting.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
And now I want to let you all know, we have the basic plan. So we are able to have 300 people in the Teams meeting. The plan that we paid for Teams, we are able to have 300 people join. So if we were to get over 300, we can do the TikTok live. I don't have any issue with that. And nobody really needs an invite, if you will. You can go directly to the video that's pinned to the top of our page on TikTok that has everything in there. It has the website address, it has the passcode, it has everything needed to attend the meeting on Teams. If you need to, you can direct message me at FOPT. You can direct message Sam. Sarah, I think I sent one directly to you. I know Vince has got one. Rocky's got one. KSG's got one. Mitchell's got one. I know you posted it, Sarah. Mitchell's posted one. It's out there. This is not really you just need to have the passcode to join the meeting. That's all you have, which all of that's there. So
I posted it in a video on my TikTok, and I also put it in my events on my TikTok.
Okay.
I think I've reposted all of y'all's that I've seen.
Right. I just
haven't
want to
made
let
a video
everybody know this isn't a invitation only type event. This is asking, but it's open invitation. Like, come to the page, get the passcode, join the meeting. You know, it's that simple.
And I'm going to put this out there. Maybe somebody else can get an answer. But if you go into Matt's live or he comes into one of your lives and you can get him calm enough to ask this question to get an answer out of him, I'm still wanting to know if he's going to be with us on the 16th. We're not excluding him. He just, I asked that one to him. What's that?
You must not have read that text I sent right after you sent that text.
I read it, but I'm still going to sit there and say, look, if you want to be part of it, because it was him that brought it to us, if he still wants to be part of it, then he come to it. Help us raise money, because this is, yes, we're doing it under the FOPT, but you know what? If somebody else wants to fill those shoes, fill that spot, so be it. Come on in. It was started out as the three of us doing it, and honestly, I'd like to see the three of us finish it.
I think maybe Rocky or Big Bird could ask. They seem to be able to calm him down.
I'll ask. Yeah, because he was going off last night. I told him, man, you got to stop that shit. You know, you're going to run everybody off acting the way you were.
I wouldn't have a problem if he wouldn't have started lying. Honest, put it that way.
Because honestly, I'll tell you right now, after I turned around and found out about him resigning, one of the first things I asked Mike was, okay, you two started this. What do you want to do? Because everything that they've done, Mike and I have done from the seats of the truck. Continue it out with the FOPT brand, or just go back to him and I doing this shit. And he said, keep the brand with it. But my thing was, the two of them started it. Does he want to end it because it's not the two of them anymore? And no, Mike wants it to keep going. So we're going to keep going with it.
Partnerships start all the time and they end all the time. So if you've already got a brand and
You know what I mean? You've already got that brand out there, like going to bats. You definitely don't end it.
I get that, but my thing was the two of them started it.
It don't matter.
I understand that,
but see, if he and Mike made a good choice doing that though, because we've already got such a bad taste with a lot of these drivers, with a lot of these advocacy groups, man. You just because of one little falling out, you know what I mean? It just gives them another thing to have a bad taste about. Just saying, an outside view.
Oh no,
I said last night why they fail with Matt on there. They fail because some people, they get too damn emotional about it, and then they rage and quit or whatever you want to call that. But you got to remove the emotions out of this stuff, and it's good to be passionate.
Honestly,
but when
Rocky,
being so passionate drives everybody away, that's not good.
Honestly, Rocky, I loved Matt's emotion. I really did, because it helped balance it out. You've got
Except
Matt
for when he
who runs.
fucking rage quits.
There is that part. There is that part. But you've got Matt's emotion and his passion like that. You've got me where I've got very little emotion when it comes to shit until you start lying on a name. And then, yes, I'm going to get very emotional, and I am going to sit there and correct the shit real fucking quick.
Oh, yeah.
As I just did. And you've got Mike.
That's how I am, too.
Well, and you've got Mike, who's got the balance between the two of them, the emotion and being able to take and run logical.
So I know Vince has and Sean has, but has the rest of the groups reached out to you guys, wanting to join and get through this?
So Jane has come back into the Telegram group from We the Truckers.
I thought I saw that. I wasn't sure.
No, she come back into the group. First they wanted to start off with we don't partner up with any other organization or group, or we want to remain neutral and some blabbling whatever, but and then I'm just like, what? So and then she come back in. So
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So y'all know that I'm doing my thing eventually for my Pickleman Foundation. So I have a friend of mine. His name is Alan Edison. You can look him up. He ran for Congress here in Florida a couple times. He's also my barber when I go see him for what little hair I do have. He told me flat out, and he showed me, any nonprofit foundation, do you know that they donate money to each other? It's a consistent moving of money between Salvation Army and Goodwill. It's a
What'd you say at the nonprofit?
They donate money to each other. They work together by donating money to each other.
Yeah.
All the time.
Right.
And raise funds through each other. And that's
Hey,
something
if you
that
still
I've
got my
never,
number, go ahead and give me a call. I can't hear you.
Oh. Can you hear me
I
now?
got you now. Yeah, I got you now.
But they raise money in between each other. They donate money to each other.
Right.
So those foundations are always working together to do what they need to do. And that's why like Salvation Army and them are so big, and the Jericho House and all that, because they're consistently working with each other. And I guess by bylaws or law or some rule regulation, but inside the government, and a nonprofit has to donate money somewhere if they got a lot of it or whatever. I don't know how to, but I just know that's what I was told.
A nonprofit, and this is going to depend upon what you're doing. So, like, if you're just going to be a standard charity, you're basically a 501c3. If you're going to try to do any kind of affecting of change, then you've got to get outside of C3. And when I talked to my attorney and talked to my accountant, they said basically for us to do what we want to do, which is affect a little bit of change, kind of like how you've seen with the petition for the FMCSA and stuff. And then also, though, do like what we've done for the orphanage, what we're doing for John, things of that nature, and raising money for those organizations. that they said a 501c4 would be best. As far as any extra money being left over, you're allowed to leave that in the bank because they do understand that there are future projects that could be being worked on from one year to the next. So you don't necessarily have to drain all of your funds.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
So
I just know that that's
you don't
what
necessarily
Alan told
have
me.
to donate to others as far as other charities. So, but if you do it, if there's a call my accountant. I would say the best thing to do for that because he understands the tax law and the charity law better than I do. So,
the only point that I was making is what you were saying about the truckers. The only reason I brought
they're
that
not
up
a
is
50 in
because-
anything.
I know, but I'm just
see,
saying
that's the thing.
you
They're
have
not.
to work together. I know, but you gotta.
No, I know
if you're
working
calling
together. Yes.
Yeah, but that's the point I was getting at. You know what I mean? But just saying.
Well,
I don't.
that's
You know what I mean? I don't.
We've been trying to work with everybody. I mean, it's no different than like Dave when he called that one day, and we hadn't talked since December, and this is I don't know what it was in February or March, and we had a conversation. It was no different than what it was back in the day, and then he turned around the next day and fucking goes on and blocks me again, and I don't even know what the fuck happened. But that's the problem when you talk about the bring together. You know, Vince and I, we're able to hold conversation. We don't always agree on everything, but we hold conversation. You know, I mean, I seen Mike, I seen Moonshine Mike at Matt's, and I'm the one that hollered at him. You know, like, people don't understand that we have to come together and put all this bullshit aside. It's got to be what it's got to be. I mean, I can say this. The one thing I can say, FOPT has never been the one to attack first. But we have responded to attacks. At the same time, I don't care. I'll still work with you. But just don't lie about me.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the whole thing with, you know, when you're doing a non-profit and you're actually registered and all that. I don't see how somebody can attack you if that's not what they are. You're actually doing it the right way. You're regulated. You're watched. Because I do know that I've heard that many a times. Anybody that's got a 501c or 4 or any of that, you are watched. You are on a list, watched. They're watching your money go in and out.
Yep.
And I think I was told you can blame the mafia and cartels.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
KSG would probably be the one to answer that for sure. I leave it to him. Floor's yours.
KSG, was you involved with the Cosa Nostra?
Couldn't hear him. Oh,
I think he's busy. He looks like he's got his mic shut off.
I think I'm going to start a 501ME. Where it donates, donate to me.
Well, hey, all you got to do is start an OnlyFans account, Rocky, and start taking pictures of your feet.
You know,
get $3 a month from a lot of guys.
Yeah, but they say I'll have to quit. I got to quit wearing boots and all for a while. So, you know, when your feet are in boots all day long, they don't look as good as some 20-year-old females. You know that.
The only reason I'm doing that, me and my wife are doing that one, is to help kids. If that's all it's for, is the ones that are ill.
Yeah.
So, we haven't figured out our bylaws and our plans, and there's a lot we still have at the drawing board. And right now, when Alina hit us, it just put everything on the back burner. And it's not completely on the back burner. I got to deal with what I got to deal with first, and then go back to that.
Well, if you need any help with bylaws or any of that, give me a call. And
what I need help with
bylaws
is
and stuff.
Filing that 501c. That's the only thing that's what stopped me.
The questions it was asking, man, I didn't want to answer that wrong. I absolutely did not want to get none of that wrong because I didn't want it affecting any of my other businesses. You know what I mean? Like I didn't want it messing with my drop shipping business. I didn't want it messing with my financial business I have. I was like, hold up, let me get a lawyer or somebody that knows how to do this. I messed this up. They're coming after all my stuff.
Well, you just have to keep everything separate. I mean, that's the thing. You have to keep everything separate.
Keep records, separate bank accounts.
Yep.
And I have all that.
Like,
I was just worried. I was just worried because I was like, man, they track this stuff somehow, some way.
Yeah. Oh no, they do. They do. And so I will tell you this. You know, like we, you know, I went through. I got the LLC from the state after we decided that we're going to run it in Ohio, and I'm going to be, first I was nominated president, then we changed it up to CEO due to looking ahead towards the future. And since I was nominated president, and I did not start that process, I want to be very clear about that. We decided to bring it into Ohio since I was the president. And then formed the LLC, then got the LLC done. We went and did the EIN with the 501c4. Like I said, after talking to the attorney and the accountant on that. Then I went to the bank. Well, no, sorry, back up. Got the bylaws and then the incorporation and all that. Had to make sure that the bylaws, and we had to have meeting minutes that stated who was going to be on the bank account, who was going to have access, and what their title was inside the organization. I had to take all of that information to the bank to then get the bank account. And then, like we talk about, I talk about the Trucker Guardian Fund. That's a totally separate account from the main account of FOPT. And we did that for full transparency. So that I don't have to worry about anybody saying anything about, oh, well, didn't you took money here and moved it there, yada, yada, you did this, that, and the other. Nope.
Yeah, those are all things that I have my 5 members. I have my treasury, CEO, CFO, and vice president, or president. I think what it is. So I have those people. One lives in Alabama. The rest of us are in Florida.
Yeah, usually you only have to have president, secretary, and treasurer. Usually only have to have secretary records the meeting minutes, treasurer takes care of the finances, and president manages all 3.
So I did 5 because my accountant said at the time that it would look better with 5 because of me and my wife. You know what I mean? So me and my wife are members, and we're the CEO and CFO, and then we had my chiropractor. I think he's secretary. I'm not sure. Vice president, president, whatever. And then the one lady we got is she's the treasury.
Hey, Justin, can I interrupt for a minute? Big Bird's only got a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm up here at the expo and all that.
What's up, Big Bird?
Not much about yourself, buddy.
Hanging in there, man.
Whoa. Huh? I had breakfast with one of the guys.
I just said hanging in there.
Right on. Yeah, I had breakfast. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had breakfast. We had breakfast with one of the guys, with one of the autonomous trucks and all that this morning, and I guess we're gonna have a little dinner later on today. As we're starting to kind of like wrap everything up here, because this is the last day. I wish I would have known a little bit sooner of being here, because it started on the 4th, but it is what it is, because we were right there at the time. But Whew, man, I got a lot of info, and it's kind of crazy, and I'm trying to figure out a lot of it. Part of what I get with the deal with Hirschbach, because Aurora already has Aurora, Kodiak, Stack, and all them. They got their own DOT numbers. And from what this guy's telling me, they already have 30 trucks that are out there that are running by themselves. They've already got their programs and all that. And part of this 500 truck deal is getting all the AI and all that to program them to run the refrigerated freight part of it, and getting all that coordinated in the system. I don't know if they're going to lease their trucks or if they're leasing onto them. Is how I'm trying to get it together. There's no buying or anything like that. But that's the concept. It's kind of a little blurry on if they're gonna. They have trucks. They have trucks that are being built through Volvo and Peterbilt, because they've also threw in a bunch of money to support them on a lot of this with PACCAR. So, but the thing that's getting me is their projected deal and their goal is having 170,000 trucks by 2035 on the road.
How many trucks, Big Bird?
170,000.
170,000. So we're still looking at like what, 6 or 8% of the industry?
Yeah.
No, that's more than that.
But you take a figure that out though. 170 trucks, even if they're using them as programming and what ones they're putting in self mode or self driving, that's putting out almost a half a million drivers.
Well, at that point, you're talking about taking the entire. It's basically the size of Swift and shutting down all of Swift.
Right.
Swift don't have 170,000 trucks.
Swift more than that.
Swift has under their umbrella 7.9% of the industry.
170,000. Swift is like 20,000.
Swift under their entire umbrella. 7.9% of the industry.
Yeah, because they had the other companies that are underneath them, the other DOT.
Right.
Members.
That's why I said it's basically like taking Swift and shutting them down.
Swift or UPS.
Swift, Knight, Abilene, all of the ones that they have under their umbrella.
Yeah.
Now, Big Bird, something if you can ask them. How do they plan to keep the trucks moving like 20 hours a day, unless they're just doing long stuff, East Coast to West Coast, West to East? Now, I can see that, but how are they going to get shippers and receivers to have the product that ready where they can just hook and go? Or if it's a live unload of meat or whatever, see what they're thinking on that end. Are they just going to start buying loads and loads of trailers to have drop, a trailer pool at each end or what? I'm sure they'll do that, but I'm just curious if they're looking at that too.
So that's why I think that they're trying to weasel their way in with Hirschbach on that. Yeah, because they already got the trailers and all that, and then once they get everything programmed in that, they go in there and offer them a big chunk of money for what they have left. This is what, and I've talked about this earlier too on that, but that's kind of like the feeling that I'm getting on this. They do. The thing that they're having a problem is right now with is getting the manufacturers to build them the trucks in the amount of time. I know they're also planning on putting like 20 trucks per deal, having built and getting put out. before 2027.
So I got a question, Big Bird. Are we gonna be able?
But I figured it out. If they're projecting 170,000 trucks being on the road by that's 365 trucks a year being built. I mean, that's doable between two manufacturers, but you have other companies out there too. I mean, that's buying a lot of trucks in a year's time.
Wait, did you say they want that done?
By 2035?
That's 9 years away.
Right.
And that's having all their investors involved in it. And Kodiak is like combining with Enride on a lot of the short haul stuff. And they're combining, from what I'm getting, is their Gatic, that they're joining with them on that stuff.
I think we'll see a bunch of them merge together.
Big Bird, will the small carrier be able to buy those trucks, or are they?
From what I'm gathering, they're not going to be for sale. That's why what I'm gathering on this deal is they're going to lease onto her spot.
So there's going to be no small carriers then.
So it's going to be their own thing, and they're going to take the bigger fleets and lease on with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
then we're probably all going to be out.
No, we're the majority.
Majority of it. You'll still have a lot of your mom and pop stuff doing some of the stuff for some of the other things and all that, but yeah.
But the rates are going to be trash.
Oh, well,
No,
when they could take and run one of them trucks at between 31 and 50 cents.
Yeah, they're
A
going to be
mile.
trash. Trucking
A
will be
mile.
bad at
If it
that
involves
point.
Aurora, you might have an antitrust suit because it's a public company. You can't corner a certain market to disrupt commerce. I'll look into it. Sorry, Big Bird, go ahead.
No problem, man. That's why I was just bringing it up. This is what I'm gathering from from breakfast and all that.
Well, this is stuff we need to hear.
And then oh shit, I just forgot what the hell I had a brain surge. Damn it, it'll come back to me.
Oh, and I'll just say this really quick. The other day when your banjo strings were ready to pop when Chris was in there, if you're a driver now and you're a young driver, you need to start specializing in customer service and moving different product that the autonomous is not going to come after. What they're going to get is the water moving all over out of these big DCs. You're out of Mattel and all the crap that you don't want to haul now. Anyway, right? I mean, that's what those mega carriers are hauling anyway. Paper towels, toilet paper, a lot of that garbage. And you got some of the big reefer companies moving out of the pork plants and all. Go specialize and get into something, whether it's moving windows or get into oversized, moving 120-foot long concrete telephone poles around or, stuff like that. Or even specialized in the vans with, show freight or, concert stuff or, there's so many different segments these guys can go get into. But then again, you have to get off your ass and go get this stuff because it's not going to fall in your lap.
No.
So if you go get into this, you'll probably make it another 35, 40 years, right?
Well, I mean, Rocky, that's easier said than done, though. I mean, a lot of these small little reefer companies, they're coming off of a 3-year low and they're just catching up. They can't just go out and buy some certain kind of trailer to go do something. It takes time.
Oh yeah, and they have time. I mean, we're talking 2035. You got 9 years before they come in and have 170,000 trucks moving toilet paper and water, right? You got time. Get your business together, and over the next 10 years, start researching, looking at what else you can do, and be better than your competitor, and keep that customer happy. Provide customer service, be on time, communication, all those things, because there are, like myself, I hate talking to AI. I know all the phone systems everywhere are going to it, but I can't stand it. So I will hang up on it. And just like texting, people will text me these big, long conversations, and I'm like, dude, just call me. You know, I'm not, my fingers aren't made for a fucking typewriter, right? So call me. We can talk about this in 2 minutes. You know, so I'm still that way. And there's a lot of guys in their 30s, 40s that, you know, are, I'd say a lot, but, you know, a good portion that are still that way. And that they will have opportunity to go move freight that truck is not going to be able to for years. Will it one day? Absolutely. I'm sure it will. But, you know, we got 40 years, I think, to really figure it out before they can get into everything.
I don't. And I'm going to tell you, I did this research a while back on carrier distribution because I heard you guys started talking numbers there about the carriers. 65% of the carriers out there are one-truck carriers.
Yep.
20% of the carriers out there are 2 to 5 trucks.
Yep.
6% is 6 to 10 trucks. Another 6% is 11 to 50 trucks. 1.5% is 51 to 100, and 100 plus trucks is another 1.5%.
Right.
The issue that you have here, though, is this. When you get to talking about percentages of all trucks on the road, only 14.5% of the trucks on the road are single truck carriers. 15.6% of the trucks on the road are 2 to 5 truck carriers. 8% is 6 to 10 trucks. Now, when you add all that up, that's about 38%. When you look at the mid-size, which is your 11 to 50 or 50 to 100, your 11 to 50 accounts for 18.7%, and your 51 to 100 accounts for 8.4%. Which only equals to about 27%. Of the 101 plus truck carriers, they account for 35% of the trucks on the road. Now, those 100 plus truck carriers, every one of them are brokers. And the reason being is, it's like you all have heard me talk about. If they can't move the freight on their contract freight, they broker it out.
Yep.
So what's going to happen is when you bring in a lot of this autonomous, they're no longer going to have to broker out those loads.
No, it's a
They'll put them on an
logistic.
autonomous truck. They'll put them on an autonomous truck and send it down the road. And
100%.
we all know that all of your small truck carriers, which is that 38% that I just spoke about, the 1 to 10 trucks, a lot, if not all of them, rely on broker freight at some point in their journey.
Exactly.
Being best because of we don't have, Sarah and I don't have 15,000 trailers just sitting in a yard that we can go park all over the country. So if we move into another area for a customer of ours on a contract, we might not have any freight to get us back. So we reach out to a broker.
Right.
Or which could be a mega carrier, or it could just be a C.H. Robinson, whatever. And we use that for a reload to get us back to where we're going. That is going to go away.
Yep.
Well, they still have to have the autonomous truck available in that market, in that area, right?
Well, okay. Hold on. But listen, hold on. Listen. We've already talked about the fact it's only going to be 170,000 trucks. And we have what? 3.5 million trucks or something like that?
Yeah.
There's only like 2.8 million drivers. They're still going to have the drivers. They're just no longer going to be brokering the freight out. They're still going to have their butts in the seats on the drivers for the trucks that are not autonomous. It's
Right.
all the leftover freight goes away. So what do the small carriers do? They don't have any broker freight to get back. Most of them will go bankrupt within a couple of years.
That's what I was getting at. The small carrier is going to be flushed out.
And that's what I was trying to support you there with, Sarah, with these numbers, because when you guys started talking about it, I want to bring the reality here. This is why I keep saying, I agree, we might not be able to stop it. But if we can at least do with like what Rocky and I talked about earlier, the planes have autopilot, but they're still required to have a pilot in the seat. We can have the trucks have autopilot. We have to say they still need a Class A CDL driver in the seat.
They will have that on some of it until they start getting that lane.
This is
learned,
where we have to stop
lane,
that,
the
that
lane
next
learned.
part.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
this is where we have to stop that. We have to make it to where that it's just like the pilots in the planes. You have to have a butt in the seat by a qualified individual.
well, you got drones that are operated out of locations.
Then I
So-
think if you do that, you're going to have to fight for a fair wage too.
I mean,
Look at what the pilots
Right,
have done.
because they're going to turn
Look at
around and
what
put a
Rocky
driver
said.
in that seat and cut it by half.
I don't. Yeah.
yeah, but
Well,
yeah,
no.
but you still
Look at
have
the pilots.
drones, which would be
Stop.
just
Look
like
at the pilots. A drone is not the same as an airplane. That fucking thing don't carry nothing except for a carton of eggs. Let's be real here. Let's
that.
not talk about
It
the
all depends on
exceptions.
what
Let's
type
talk
of
about the
drone.
rule.
Depends on what
I've
type of
seen
drone.
some of these drones, and I've seen them where they're out spraying. I've seen them spraying the fields, carrying around 150 gallons of fungicide. I know they're pretty good size.
Well, the
But
Navy's
at the
got some
same
big
time,
ones.
I know they do, but I don't see them with the carrying around 500 people. What I'm saying here is this: this is where we have to come together and make sure that we are keeping a butt in the seat by an individual that is qualified. This also comes through with what we talk about a lot of times with self-accountability and not hauling cheap freight or not accepting jobs that don't pay your wages. You don't take the job. I don't see pilots out there bitching about their wage.
Does anybody know the
No.
name of Hirschbach's brokerage?
No.
No.
You figured it might just still be Hirschbach.
Well,
The
some of
TMC
them,
brokers freight, they do it under TMC.
well, some of them have different names, though. I mean, it's not always.
Yeah, they
But
do.
what-
They do.
They do.
Mike, what I was referring to though, compared to the drone to InRide is being monitored from a location. So you had that InRide that's doing the short mile, final mile stuff. That's what I was referring to, comparing that to the drone. They have the drones that do that, but you also you got the
It's
Sweden
called
truck coming
Hirschbach
in.
Logistics Solutions. Hirschbach
All right,
Motor
we need to
Lines
start. We need to
Brokerage.
start putting. We need to start putting that out there and making the small carriers aware of what they're doing. Try to get them to slow down pulling freight for them.
Because Isuzu is putting 30 million towards Gatik.
Yeah.
And they're up to $600 million being funded to them.
Right.
And
Well,
then
and
you
I'm going
got
to throw this out here on numbers. When we talk about strategic partners with like Aurora, when we were on that line the other day and I was naming all of them off, and all of them own 5% of stock. Now, what is 5% of 52 billion? Does anybody know that answer without a calculator?
No.
it's a good chunk of money. You're probably right around 300 to 100 million, depending
no,
on
it's
how.
2.6 billion.
Yeah,
52 billion shares, 10% would be 5.2, half of that's 2.6.
250 million.
No, 2.6 billion. 5% of 52 billion is 2.6 billion. Now, the current trading price for their stock ended the other day at almost $7 a share. So, if PACCAR owns 5% of the shares at 2.6 billion shares, and we times that by 7, that means they have $18.2 billion worth of asset or worth of shares. to sell them all today.
So my other question is too, is I went and looked up Aurora's DOT number and all that, and right now they're only showing they're only showing 60 trucks. So where are these other 700 trucks that they have out here running?
Hold on. When did it say they last filed their MCS 150?
I didn't look at that part. I didn't look at Kodiak's.
Yeah, so that number comes from when their MCS 150 was last filed. You can continually add trucks. That doesn't mean they're going to update their Safer website to attach to that number.
And they got they got no out of service. They're at 26% of the average.
Right.
So that
they have not, without a human, they have not run actual freight. Zero, except one time yesterday with a plane. It was the first time ever.
No, they have 30 trucks running.
Listen to their earnings call. It says it right there. It's the first time yesterday. They don't have running on their own. There's always a human in there right now.
Well, yeah, there's a human sitting in there monitoring everything. Right. Yes.
Right.
But they have been running. But when they get to Texas line, which is only El Paso, is that part of that run that they got. But the other part that they're running from Houston to Dallas area, they've been running that way. But Texas has been told that the driver has to be back in the seat. Now, if they and I know they have ran a few with there's still a driver sitting in there monitoring everything, which is sitting in the back of the sleeper. Now, I mean, somebody fully not in there, is, of it, but running completely by itself. No.
Didn't they have some trucks on with Wilson?
So the question that I've got then is that driver only being paid when he's in the seat, or is he being paid when he's in the bunk as well?
I've been trying to find that out because I know somebody that's on social media here who's with one of the other companies, and for what I kind of gather is they're being paid by the hour. So I believe it's being paid 24 hours around the clock.
Well, and then if they're being paid in the bunk, are they being paid a different wage in the bunk because they don't have to be in the seat?
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah. I think what they're doing is they're getting paid that hourly wage 24 hours. 24 hours, and what I take is they're running between 5 to 6 days, so they're getting a paycheck for the many hours, 24 hours, for being in there monitoring. Yes.
So then
Trucking History, that's one of them.
So then to turn around and please Brett, they're being paid their 10-hour break.
Yeah. Well, I know some companies out here that are paying if they're out on the road.
I know. I'm just saying.
But yeah, exactly.
Man, driving that's hazard pay, dude. They better be paid.
Yeah. Exactly.
I want $100 an hour.
So, I just looked this up. According to Aurora, this was written March of this year, that Aurora had reported more than 250,000 driverless miles without any accidents since April of 2025. It had expanded from a single Dallas-Houston route to operations on 10 lanes across Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona, including nighttime driving, rain, and fog driving.
Yes.
The company plans a commercial scale-up in 2026 with a second-generation observer-free fleet targeting over 200 trucks by year end. That was written back in the beginning of March. So they've already done over 250,000 miles then.
Yes.
I found Brooks' new
over an
calling.
11-month span.
Brett, if you're listening, you could go drive an autonomous truck and be paid 24 hours a day.
At $5 an hour.
I don't. Right. Right. Well, I know for the in-ride that they're paying them $30 to sit in an office.
Okay, and the ones sitting in an office, are they doing 8-hour shifts and rotating them out?
That I haven't found out how many, if it's 8 hours or if it's 10 hours.
Hey, if you're going to dinner with these people, we're giving you a whole lot of questions to ask.
Oh, I understand
you got your
that.
pen and paper.
I understand that. But hey, I gotta jump out here.
Big Bird, real quick, Big Bird, ask him how the insurance works. Any information on the insurance?
Gotcha, man.
That's only $1,200 a week, Big Bird.
Huh?
That's only $1,200 a week.
For what?
$30 an hour, 40 hours a week.
Well, yeah. All you're doing is sitting in an office monitoring monitors, and if it gets into a jam,
basically you're been a simulator.
Yeah, or you're playing on a game station. But
Because all I'm doing is sitting here in an office holding the steering wheel. I mean,
Right.
what the hell?
Well,
cut that driver's pay.
Right now that I know, the in-ride is just being ran at night because there's less traffic.
Right. Trucking history made a great point right now. The MCS 150 is all self-certified. Don't believe in that.
Yes.
It's
No,
fantastic.
that's why I said. So Aurora, when I looked up Aurora's Safer Web, it was last filed in 2020. And they only had 2 units that had driven like 2,700 miles.
So they got a bunch of people working in the office, working for under property level.
I have no idea.
62,000 a year.
If you really want to know the best way to find out, look at job boards. See if Aurora's hiring. You'll see it there.
Or pay attention to the next year because Hirschbach's going to be hiring.
Hey, they got guys already out there offering $10K to come over there and do the lease purchase. I just seen videos on it.
I thought that was JB Hunt.
Just understand that Hirschbach it's a memorandum of understanding. No binding commitment yet.
Hey, I will tell you,
PR stunt.
Hurricane better hurry up and dump all those trucks before they get stuck with them.
Hurricane better step up their game so they can hire a bunch.
All right, man.
Run them into California.
I'll catch you later on this evening.
Thanks,
All right, have fun.
See you, bud. So HR generalist pays $92,000 to $133,000. Manager map production $127,000 to $184,000. Software engineer number 2 test drive $126,000 to $181,000. To test drive one of these fucking trucks, I'm going to Pittsburgh, y'all. $180,000 a year.
I knew it was going to
shit.
That's what I've said. That's what I've been saying. For some people, this is going to be an opportunity.
Executive assistant, $84,000 to $140,000. Staff product program manager, $181,000 to $262,000. Staff product program manager, $181,000 to $260,000. To $165,000.
I've been screaming. This is going to be an opportunity for some to go learn something and go make some money on it.
Digital and social marketing, social media marketing. Here you go, Sarah. This is all you. Social media marketing, $127,000 to $184,000. Manager map production, $115,000 to $165,000. Analyst, 2 to $104,000.
And you can do it from your living room,
I
Sarah.
want to go do the test drive thing.
I know. I could be
Sarah,
on
you,
social.
you better start
You're
filling
right
out an
there.
application when you take your break later.
I know. I could be on social media all the time then.
Right. You might make double doing 24 hours a day on here. You can set the camera up, have your signs up. We can watch you sleep.
I might be able to make a whole 50 cents then.
Well, yeah, from TikTok, but you'll be getting paid from them. So.
180% a year.
I think if they come in and we can't save our jobs, I'm just leaving the industry, to be honest with you.
Sarah, it's not all that bad. You know what? How hard it is to do what they're trying to do here. Your biggest enemy is not Aurora. Your biggest enemy is Uber. Uber's the big enemy. And what Mike said earlier, that's your answer. Whoever books the load, he said the top 100 are the ones that have multiple authorities, and what they can't do on their own capacity, then they'll give it to autonomous. Well, instead of taking autonomous, say whoever books the load as a freight forwarder, however you want to call it, because you can't give it as a carrier first, they have to assume the responsibility and liability for it. Hard stop. That's how the industry should be. Let them eat the liability.
Yep. I mean it. Wow.
I think that's how the industry should be anyway. If you're booking as a freight forwarder, you can't change it off and dump all the liability on the motor carrier. The most vulnerable party, the one actually moving the metal, is the one taking on all the risk above their limits. Your $1 million policy and your $100,000 cargo policy mean nothing in today's market. Your shit's unlimited, unfortunately. Make it financially impossible for them to operate.
KSG, isn't that kind of like saying, hey, if you try to shove 3 donuts in your mouth at the same time and choking and unalive, that Dunkin' Donuts is responsible because they made the donuts?
No, because the
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is.
No, because a freight forwarder by law is the one who assumes the responsibility in today's market. But that's not what's happening. These 3PLs and 4PLs take it as a freight forwarder because they want to control the entire market, and the shipper agrees to do it because the freight forwarder has to assume by federal law the entire liability. But what they do instead is you don't get booked as a carrier through a freight forwarder. You get booked as a carrier most likely through a brokerage. And once they switch it to the brokerage arm, that relieves the freight forwarder of the liability. And they play that stupid shell game. That's what I'm saying has to stop. That's not the purpose of the truth in leasing laws. That's why they're there in the first place.
Now, the way I was hearing it, it was like, the freight forwarder, the one that has the freight, need brokers that them. That's kind of like the deal already got shot down, trying to blame the brokers for the driver going out and getting in an accident, running somebody over. The broker had nothing to do with it. All he did is have freight.
Well, there's a big distinction there. Now, you have to understand this goes into the legal realm, but when a broker is every single broker, all the big ones, including C.H. Robinson, go under, and they all make you sign away your rights for transparency. This is why I argue transparency is so important. They use U.S. Code 14101B, okay? And 101B says, the words say the shipper and carrier can agree to waive rights. So the broker legally is using that to say they're an agent of the shipper. As soon as they assume the agent of the shipper, okay, and if something catastrophic happens and someone gets unalive, like you mentioned, they take the agent away and they run to the courts and they claim immunity. You can't do both. You got to pick a lane. And that's what's not being talked about right now. That's the biggest dirty little secret out there. You cannot be an agent and create, it's confidentiality for margins, but you're doing it for a liability shield. And legally, you cannot do that. You cannot be an agent of the principal and then take your hat off, run to the court and say, I'm not an agent, I'm an independent contractor. I'm not going to take all the risk. I'll go in it again and explain it, but that's the problem in the market. Every freight forwarder, which they call a 4PL, 3PL, you might as well call them galactic freight masters. Those are marketing terms. In the eyes of the law and the U.S. court system, it's only freight forwarder, broker, and motor carrier. That's it. And a freight forwarder assumes all liability. That was the whole purpose of it. And then they started waiving Carmack Amendment rights to strip you of your rights as a motor carrier. You got to attack the stuff that hurts them financially.
Yeah, but the freight forwarder being accountable for, wouldn't that open them up to, the truck being in an accident because they gave somebody a load?
In terms of the cargo, you got to distinguish what is tort versus civil. So the cargo liability, so what they do is legally the carrier's the freight forwarder is responsible for, in the eyes of the law, they're a carrier. So yes, liability up front, the $1 million plus the 100 cargo.
Yeah.
But no one books directly with the carrier as a freight forwarder. They always put the broker in the middle for protection. And while that's okay, if they don't waive a bunch of, whether it's transparency, consequential damages, they cannot force that upon you. But as soon as the broker starts making you sign waivers, then they're not acting like an agent anymore. That's where the whole legal argument is gone to shit. Because the contract law is all about like us claiming, well, why do you need to know the broker's margin? Why do you do it? I don't give a shit what you guys believe morally what it should be. The whole purpose of it to make a fair and free market, not a captive one. And it's a liability shifting game. Go to every single court case you can go out there. It's never a direct, shipper, broker, carrier. It's always like freight forwarder, managed trans, 3PL, broker, co-broker, motor carrier, owner, operator. It's a fucking disaster. I've been in 716 of these cases, and not one of them have ever been a direct shipper, broker, carrier contract. There's always somebody in the middle that has caused the fucking problem. I'm not saying that the motor carrier wasn't responsible, because a lot of times they messed up, but it's just a convoluted mess.
I think one of the biggest distinctions we need to pay attention in that argument and that discussion, though, is the difference between a captive market and a free market, and the differences between the two, and how one outweighs the ability for growth more than the other. Because there's a reason why it's called captive. Captive means that only one side is captive. Somebody's captive. Somebody's not going to be able to grow.
You're right. It's asymmetric information. If anyone ever wants to have nerd out like I do, read Market for Lemons, 2001 Nobel Economic Prize winner. It's literally what happens. In order to have a free, fair, and efficient market, you need symmetrical information and price discovery, like pricing of the entire transaction, of the value of that asset, and the other is enforceable contracts, meaning if someone breaks a contract or the law, they get punished. Trucking fails spectacularly at both.
And I will say this, partly due to lack of education by many of super truckers that think because they're the greatest driver in the world that they know how to run a business.
Oh, that part I agree with you, and Rocky and I agree 100% with you guys there.
I'm just saying that's why the captive market has been able to come into the trucking industry. There's not enough people that become carriers, which is the same as a business owner. Not enough of them know what they're doing. They think because they've got like 2 million miles accident free, and they've done all of this and they received all these awards where they were driver of the year, that they know what they're doing and that they can go be an owner operator.
Hey,
and
wait a
it's
minute.
a totally different skill set.
You mean my trainer of the month from TMC doesn't mean anything?
It just means that you were good at cuddling and no one reported you.
Aw, damn! And here I thought I knew how to truck.
There's a difference between trucking and carrier. That's the biggest problem we have. I mean, when you look at it.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
But the other big problem is that one that I'm going to revert back to again. Unity. It's like when we're talking about the pilots. Sarah brought up a good point. We need to make sure we're going to be getting a proper wage. Well, I don't see airline pilots, many of them, struggling.
No.
And they
make what, 100, 120 a year, airplane pilots?
I know of
A lot
some
of them that
pilots
I've
that are
seen.
making almost $500,000 a year. Depending on what you're operating, depending on who you work for, there's a lot of things there. What are your certifications? My uncle was a pilot. He used to fly back when MCI was still around and GTE was for phone companies. He was literally the pilot that flew the president of the GTE. Like, I remember when he came into town in Dayton there, and they were in town for something with the phones or whatever, and he come into town and we all got together, and then he got a phone call because the president wanted to go to Barcelona, Spain for the Olympics. And it was, so he had to put together a flight plan and get it submitted to the tower and everything. Air traffic control.
So let's go back to that. Those pilots that are making possibly $500,000 a year versus the one that's making 120 flying for Spirit. What did they do? They made themselves more valuable, right? They went and learned how to fly other planes, got certifications. They got this stuff, made themselves more valuable to do that, right?
So how do we make ourselves more valuable? I mean, if we have every endorsement, and I can tell you I have had every endorsement, it still you did not see that big a difference in wage amounts as what you do with what you're talking about, Rocky. Because I can tell you right now, at my 29 years of being in the industry, and the only thing that I have not pulled is a car carrier. I've pulled race car trailers, van, reefer, cattle, hogs, tankers, fuel tankers, milk. And I could go, if I were to go and try to get a job at any of these, companies, the best paid company out there right now we know is Walmart.
Yeah, for general freight type stuff, yeah.
For anything, even heavy haul. Like the only time that you see real big wages on heavy haul, most of the guys are, they own the trucks. I mean, I used to run around with Steve Engel, so with Diamond Trailers.
So there again, why does that guy that owns the truck and trailer profit and make a lot more than a company driver that doesn't own any assets? Because he took the risk and bought that truck and trailer.
Hold on. We were talking about pilots, which are the same as company drivers. You're now moving into a different category by going to business owners. You can't move categories on me. Stay in the same category. An employee driver or employee pilot. The pilots have better wages because they came together.
But I know a lot of truck drivers. I mean, we use Walmart as an example. Company driver.
What's the median?
If a pilot's making 120, though, and a Walmart is making 135 a year, the truck driver is making more than a lot of pilots.
Yes, but hold on. You're talking about top paid drivers versus bottom paid pilots. What is the median wage of a pilot?
I don't know. I would have to go look it up, but I know I've looked before in the past, and they've been around 120-ish, 130.
Right,
for like a commercial airline pilot.
Yeah, for a median wage, 120. What's the median wage of a truck driver?
I would say 70.
No, it's like 54,000.
Yeah, so if median is 54, what can that guy that's making 54 go do to make more? He has the same opportunity as the guy that's making 100.
Yeah,
he's just not doing. He's not doing the work it takes to do it.
Well, 122,000 for commercial pilots, up to 450,000+ per year for senior captains at major airlines.
Yeah.
I just looked it up for pilots. And our job's more dangerous than theirs. And they're making, 2 times what we make and then some?
Yeah, and they also have to spend a lot more money. We can go get a truck driver his license for $3,000. What's his pilot spend? How many years and how much money to get his pilot's license to fly commercial? Let's look at Trucking History said, the barrier of entry. It's completely different between the two.
I understand that there's training involved with this.
Yeah.
I get that. We've also talked about the lack of training in the trucking industry.
Right.
This is one of the reasons why we filed the petition for recognition of trucking as a skilled trade under the U.S. Code and having it codified. Because if I'm not mistaken, I do believe pilots are considered a skilled trade.
Yes. I hope so.
So, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
We're kept down. Even though if pilots stop, people can still travel. It might take a little longer, but they can still travel. If truck drivers stop, ain't nobody eating. Hospitals ain't getting their stuff.
We can say that about the oil companies too.
No gasoline.
We can say that if the oil refineries, we can say that about the oil workers too. If they shut down, we ain't got no fuel to worry about running, right? We can say that about a lot of things.
The difference you're talking. Look about that. Look at the pay variance though. Pipe fitters, their median income I think is like 105 for a pipe fitter.
Yeah.
Oil field workers make very good money. Our job is more dangerous than theirs. But a pipe fitter is considered a skilled trade. It's recognized as a skilled trade. See, this is where
he had to go learn.
I'm hearing apples to oranges comparisons. Well, you got to go learn how to drive a truck.
Yeah, but think about this. Okay, I was 7 and 8 years old driving a truck. I wasn't flying an airplane at that time or working on the oil field or a pipe fitter, right? But I could drive a truck. I drove the truck all over the yard. I drove the trucks all over the yard at 7, 8 years old.
I can tell you right now, I know of people that are 9 and 10 years old that have flown airplanes.
Yeah. Oh, I know there are some. I've seen the videos of these young kids
Well, it's
flying
no
and
different.
everything.
Right. Well, I've seen some 7 and 8 year olds drive trucks as well too. It's there. It happens. That doesn't change the fact that truck drivers are kept down. We're not considered a skilled trade under codification. This is part of the reason I believe we have a training disparity in this country. We talk about the captive and free market and the difference there, and how what they have created is a captive market in a free market society. We are critical infrastructure. Planes are not. I understand oil. Yes, it is a critical thing. Our grandparents are to thank for that, because they became dependent upon petroleum for a multitude of products, not just the stuff you stick in the tank to make you go. But if you want the plastic, you got to have the petroleum. There's a difference there. All I'm saying is that things need to come around and be changed.
I agree. There's a lot of changes need to be made, but also if there's a truck driver making 54 and there's another one making 110, the one making 54 should maybe learn from the one making 110 how to make that 110.
Well, I can tell you right now, the best thing I can tell you to do is if you're out there and you're driving along and you're making a crappy wage, you probably ought to leave that company. That's what I would say to begin with.
They're all the same.
But you and I have said that, but then hold on. I've also heard someone get upset because JJ was telling Hirschbach drivers to leave because they weren't happy with the current situation. But then at the same time, we're going to tell truck drivers to leave because their pay isn't what it should be and to leave a crappy situation. Why is it okay for one and not okay for the other? Because one's autonomous trucks and one's your wages? And you're not being paid a good wage?
You know, I have a question. Why is it, and this is kind of random, but I was just thinking, so, you know, at the McDonald's, when you go in there and order your food, and they got the autonomous cashiers?
Yeah.
Why hasn't the price of the food gone down to the McDonald's?
Because they're making more profits and they're not going to drop the price so they can keep making more profits. It's the same thing that like Charlie and I talked about with the ICC and deregulation. These businesses, these billionaires, they come out and say, oh, we're going to do this to lower the prices because we're not going to have labor or it's going to cause better freaking competition in the market. And what happened? The prices of goods did not go down at all. Nothing lowered. The only thing that lowered was
transportation costs.
So
it didn't even lower. It lowered that to create larger profit margins.
Exactly.
So would you say it's to make the rich people richer and the
Yep.
poor
Yes.
people poorer?
Yep.
Yes. Think about it. All you have to do is go back and look. The middle class and low income people do not cause inflation. The upper class and the government do, so they can add a zero to the end of their bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So they can go from a millionaire to a billionaire.
Yep.
If we look at it, deregulation, their main thing, it's going to make things cheaper. Well, it made their shipping costs cheaper, so they gained more profits. It's the same thing with the autonomous trucks. We no longer have to pay a driver to do the work, so it'll be cheaper.
But it won't. We've already been down
Well,
that road.
no.
We already proved it. The price ain't going to
Yeah.
go down.
No, it'll be a higher profit margin for the players that own the trucks.
Right.
That's all it'll be.
Right.
So instead of them doing a 13% profit margin, they'll go to like 15%. But when you're talking about millions and billions of dollars in revenue, 13% is a huge number. 13% of $1 billion in revenue is $130 million.
Right.
Do you guys know that United Road is a car hauling company? They use autonomous dispatchers, or I guess AI dispatchers and AI load planners.
I wouldn't doubt you at all, Sarah, because C.H. Robinson, we've already talked about it. They reduced their staff by 30% to be replaced by AI.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already there. If C.H. Robinson's done it, I have no doubt that United Roads does it. I wouldn't doubt the fact that if you don't see Hirschbach starting to do it, they're already looking to potentially go to the autonomous truck. And businesses hate people. So
I'm sure all these big carriers have been implementing it and starting using it and testing it for probably, I would say 2 years or longer, right? That they've been testing it because it is more efficient and it saves them money, by not having to have a person behind the desk.
Yes, but what happens though with all of these people? How do these people that keep getting put out of work, how do they go pay their bills? Because as I've showed everyone, we have 6.8 million jobs available and 7.2 million people that are on unemployment. That doesn't include all the other unemployed that have lost their unemployment benefits.
You guys know we're moving in the same direction as China?
I have no doubt of that.
We are. But I was on what you just said about the, almost 7 million jobs available and the 7 million plus out of work. Why do we have 7 million out of work? We should only have a little bit out of work if they would go get those jobs that are available, right?
Okay, well, you have 7.2 known. A lot of the economists say that usually that number should be increased by between 10 and 20%. So if we have a 7.2 known and we're going to increase it by 10 to 20%, that means you have potentially 8.4 million.
But if the jobs are not paying a livable wage, why would we go get them?
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
I owe you a hug if I ever get to meet you.
And that's why I say when I try to tell y'all I make the same bring home now, that's how much money the corporate is keeping if they would increase the wages along the way. And adjusted for inflation, I would be double the money I'm making now, which that's all going into their pockets. That's what I've been trying to explain to y'all.
Brett, have you noticed that your buying power is even less than what it was 3 to 5 years ago?
Right. Well, if I had that extra money, it wouldn't really bother me as much.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the last 3 to 5 years, sir.
Oh, well,
in the last 3 to 5 years, remember, we had that where it kind of leveled off, and we actually had a decent amount of buying power, and then the inflation went back up again, and we lost that buying power.
Right.
Our buying power right now on the dollar is less than what it was 3 to 5 years ago.
Right.
And if you look at the way that the graph goes, it's substantially unfair.
Right.
It took a huge spike over the last 3 to 5 years.
I think
right now, it's taken a very huge spike due to the gas and diesel prices that are going on, which eventually are going to trickle down to everything else.
Right. But see, if everybody would have played by the rules that they were, what we always kind of done in this country, when the prices go up, you're charging more, so you're supposed to bring your employees up along with you instead of keeping them at the stagnant wages.
Well, I can tell you what the problem is there.
What's that?
Of the 989 billionaires that are out there, Brent, just in America, only less than 8% of them are self-made.
Right.
So they didn't build any of that.
Right.
They were given it. And so what happens? They're spoiled little brats.
Right.
They don't create nothing. They're basically no different than the state of California or Florida, which is why that's where the majority of them live, because they don't produce anything. It's the same reason why you don't have any freight rates going out of those. There's no production. There's no manufacturing, really. It's very small in comparison to other areas of the country. Well, if they're not, this is why their grandfathers that produced the wealth, they weren't billionaires, but you know what they did? Like Carnegie. And I know I talk a lot about it, but Carnegie went through, he had to move stuff. So he built the railroads. He created jobs, created infrastructure.
Right.
Pulitzer, DuPont,
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Except for Rockefeller lied to everybody and told everybody that oil was a priceless commodity because it was a fossil fuel.
Right.
And no, it's constantly created, folks.
Right.
That's why the pockets keep moving around.
Right.
I'm not sure they knew a whole lot about all that back then.
Oh,
you know,
I'm sure
that it was everywhere. It's,
Well, he had it
There
reclassified.
are, yeah, he had it. Rockefeller knew that if he had it classified as a fossil fuel, that it would cause it to be considered a priceless type commodity. And
A limited supply.
A limited supply. Thank you. I lost my term there. But there was a limited supply. And by doing that, it raises the cost of it because it's like, oh, there's only so much of it there. Bullshit.
Right. It's like saying the price of salt water is very, when we got all that salt water in the ocean, if you say there's a limited supply, but we got as much oil as we got salt water.
Actually, I think a lot of them are saying we have more oil than we have salt water in
Right.
the earth.
Right.
It's just a matter of getting to it, you know. Which, I mean, look, Venezuela has the largest reserves right now. And I don't even think they're pumping anything out of it right now.
Right.
But you want to know the other reason why we have such high prices on that? Because they, instead of building refineries to refine more gas and more diesel, they just keep closing them. And what happens there? Supply and demand. There's less supply, high demand.
Well,
you charge more money for it.
No, we're producing more oil in the last 5 years than we ever have.
I said gas and diesel, not oil. I'm
no,
talking
the
about
diesel.
what they refine it into.
No, the diesel we're exporting more than we ever have.
We might be, but we're not producing it.
Oh,
There's
yes,
less
we are.
refineries in the country.
No, there's a guy I follow on Facebook, Mr. Global.
oh, that guy's a moron.
Yes, he is.
That guy's a fucking idiot. He is, Brett. Brett, really, you need to do some research on him, buddy. Let me tell you, he's been a moron for a long time.
Okay.
If you listen and believe what that guy is telling you, come on over here. I got a shit sandwich for you to eat. It's gonna taste like ham.
So right
Thinking
here,
you had ham
Google
last
is-
night?
Brett, I'm just going to tell you this right now. Google is your friend, and I just Googled it for you. Roughly 30 refineries have permanently closed, while about 5 to 6 small facilities have opened over the last 20 years. So they've closed 30 and opened 5 to 6 small scale. So that means we have at best 24 less refineries in the last 20 years. So please go tell Mr. Global to pull his head out of his butt.
Well, okay. If we've done that, then how come we have more oil and diesel than we've ever had? We produce more than we ever have in the last 5 years.
Import. We actually import.
No. I'm talking about we get it out of the ground more in the last 5 years.
Hold on. You got to understand, there's a difference between bringing it out of the ground and refining it in gas and diesel.
Well, no, we're refining it and selling it overseas. There was a bill that was signed.
We just sell oil overseas. We don't refine it and send it overseas as much.
Yeah.
You're not doing it.
We pump it out of the ground and send it to them.
Yeah, they refine it themselves.
Yeah.
Because the thing is this, if you go through and you put that in a tanker, by the time it gets across the pond and all of that nonsense, it's lost its viability. It starts to go bad. We all know that. That's why we have Stay-Bil that we put in our tanks if we're going to leave a truck parked for like 30 days. Because it starts to go stagnant.
I guess.
How long do you think it takes one of those freaking tankers to get across the pond?
Weeks and weeks.
Yeah. That's why we send oil over there and then they refine it. Or we bring oil here and refine it. Those ships don't move that fast, man. They really don't.
No, they're slow.
It's like what, 20 knots? Which
12.
is like
12 to
12
14.
knots?
Yeah.
Okay, so which is like what, 10 mile an hour, 8 mile an hour? And then it traversed like what, 2,500 miles across the ocean?
I think 3,200 from the Med to Charleston.
You're not helping your cause here, Brett.
No, I'm just saying. I know. I mean, I was okay. I was a quartermaster in the Navy, and I know how far that was. I had to lay the track, and then I was on the tankers in the Persian Gulf before I got into trucking.
Well, I'm just saying. Think about that. Well, let me just ask you this: on one of the boats, how long did it take you to get from Newport to the Persian Gulf?
Well, see, what we did, we were too big to come to the United States. We couldn't get into any port in the United States. The one I was on. Because when we were fully loaded, we were 90 feet deep in the water.
Well, but y'all weren't. You weren't skimming across the ocean pulling skiers behind you. I can tell you that.
No, so when we left Persian Gulf, we went to Korea. That took 3 weeks. When we left Persian Gulf and went to France, and we had to go down around the South Africa, Cape of Good Hope. That took about 4 weeks.
Yeah. So see what I'm talking about? Think about if you had gasoline or diesel in that tank for 4 weeks.
Plus gasoline being in a tanker, if anything were to happen, I mean, that's quite explosive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had missed my dang phone ring right after you started talking. We were talking about the jobs. So I missed that, but you don't have to recap it all. But, it's always been where, we speculate there's 7 million. We know that there's more. And there's probably more than the 6-point-whatever million jobs available also, because not everybody reports, all your convenience stores and grocery store, all this stuff, small mom and pop places don't report in that. So my question was, why do we have 7 million unemployed instead of 200,000 when there's almost 7 million jobs available? It's because people don't want to work, right? They're living off the system. You do have a lot of retirees that are out there also, but most young people that don't have a job, it's not that there's not a job available of some sort where they can support themselves. They may not like the job, but instead of going out and earning $1 to buy groceries, they live off the government.
Well, so you have to have had a job to get unemployment, and the unemployment rates are based off of the unemployment earnings that are given out by the state.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, different states are different.
So why?
numbers.
So why are they still unemployed? If there's jobs available, why didn't they go out and find one over a month period of time or something?
Because I don't want to work. I want to sit at home on my couch and collect money that you give me.
Right. So the ones that are on the unemployment list, they don't want to go get a job. They want to stay home. Right. So are they really in the employment market? No, they're out eating beanie weenies and eating steaks on our dime. And they don't want to go work.
Ooh, beanies and weenies. That sounds good.
Right? That does actually right now. That does sound good right now, to be honest with you.
There you go, Rocky.
Man, I might have to grill some of these damn quarter-pound hot dogs tonight and throw a couple cans of bush beans on the stove.
I'm saying.
Damn, we haven't had that in a while. And my wife actually said something a couple weeks ago. She was craving that one day for some reason and didn't make it. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Be quick and easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the unemployment thing, though, I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually closer to 10 million people that are out of the workforce, if we're just looking at how many are on unemployment and then how many others that are just home, unemployment done ran out, if they even ever had a job.
But I spent all that money to go to college and get my philosophy degree. Why can't I have a job?
Philosophy degree. That's where you screwed up. You should have took it in basket weaving.
Is that what? But it's got to be underwater basket weaving, right?
Yeah. Underwater is you can make more money on underwater.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You can
I'll
get
know
more.
for next
You can get
time.
another 12 cents a basket if you make it underwater.
All right. Well, I'll know. I'll know for when the autonomous truck takes my job.
Right. Because you won't be able to go to work at McDonald's because they're going to have Mr. Flippy back there. One guy in there just occasionally reloading the box with burgers and fries and whatever.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I wonder, man. I look at all these places that you walk into them now, and this new McDonald's built down the road. I literally went in there one day and got Ryan a cheeseburger Happy Meal just to go inside and see the conveyor shit and all that they have in there, just to look at it, right? And standing there at the counter watching it, and I'm like, damn, they're running this whole damn show. Drive-through lines, got 2 lines. They got 3 windows on the side, 1 to pay, 2 others to pick up. And there's 3 people in this place. 3 people. And I'm like, man, this damn, the way they're setting these up, they're going to get it down to where they don't need but 1 person in them.
Yeah.
And maybe one day somebody part-time that goes around and refills all the drawers or the machines at every store. That's his job. He goes out 5 hours a day and just goes to 8, 10 different stores, refills the stuff, and sends it out. Goes to the next one. But Brett, did you hear me earlier? You could get you a job being paid 24 hours a day riding in one of those autonomous trucks.
Oh, yeah? How much are they going to pay?
Even while you sleep.
Even while you sleep. $30 an hour.
Is it 30?
$30 an hour. Yeah.
Damn.
You missed your calling, man. You need to get online.
No, they're
get you an
taking my
application
shit.
in.
They've heard me. I put a bug in their ear. They know what's going on.
Hell, I might do that too. I've never been a video game player. I guess I could learn. I can get me a PlayStation and what's the popular games? I don't even know what games to get. Get me
I think Frogger's still popular.
Frogger?
I think so.
How about Pac-Man?
Hey, my daughter loves Pac-Man.
Yeah. I'll go play a Pac-Man machine too if I see one of the old style ones somewhere.
There's a couple of places around town where I live. It's all the old 80s games like Pac-Man, Centipede, and all them games.
Yeah.
Where you go in there and drink and play games. And, I mean, it's for like the Gen X people in there.
Yeah.
40-year-old people in there playing games and drinking
Playing
beer.
games.
Yeah.
I suppose I could sit back in the sleeper, play some games, watch some movies.
Yeah, we got to win every now and then.
Yeah. Be on
Hey,
TikTok.
Rocky, what would you say is harder, playing the arcade games or pinball?
Oh, I don't know. I like pinball too, and I haven't played in years. Probably pinball for a lot of people. I don't know if it's a coordination thing or what it is, but yeah, pinball was always fun, and you never see them around anymore.
No, unfortunately, you don't.
Yeah, I remember how we'd go to the damn Pizza
I was
Hut
always
when I
on the
was
pool
kids.
table.
I think it was Friday nights. We pretty much went to the old Pizza Hut might have been Thursday nights, and go throw $1 in the jukebox and play some songs and waiting on the pizza. And they had the sit down flat table Pac-Man machine, and sit there and play that. And used to go to the mall, and they had all the arcade stuff in the malls with the pinball machines and Pac-Man and all that crap. What was the other one
Back
where
when
you?
malls were
Now
malls.
that cuts into profits. Now.
Yeah. What was the?
Well, now they
Frogger. I used to play Frogger. The one that you ran the little thing on the bottom and hitting the button and it's shooting the bullet straight up at the things dropping down on you. What was that one?
Oh, Space Invaders.
Space Invaders. That's it. Yeah, man, I knew Brett you'd remember that one. That's an old game. The Space Invaders and yeah. Yeah. That was the good old days.
Yeah.
You know, you had to go somewhere to go play those games. There, you didn't have them at home. I remember I got an Atari. They had been out for a couple of years before I got an Atari, and then and man, I begged for years for Christmas for a damn Nintendo and all. And hell, we still had one of the old console TVs on the floor at that time. You know,
Yeah, and
and
then
I'd
you
be able
put
to,
another TV on top of it for the game systems,
yeah,
or
yeah. It wasn't until I got a little black and white 13-inch TV in my room that I could actually go play the video game or whatever. Because when Dad got home from work, there wasn't no video game shit. It was outside doing stuff in the yard work, and come in and clean up, and then have to go clean this end of the house on Tuesdays and that end of the house on Fridays, and all day Sunday cleaning the rest of the house, and out in the yard doing stuff. And wasn't a whole lot of time for video games for me. Back then, I begged for a Nintendo, and then I got one, and then I had like 3 games. I had Super Mario, Zelda, and some race car
I love me
game.
some Zelda.
Yeah, I would play that one. And Super Mario. There was another game I had too. And that was like the only 3 games I had because I never had money to go buy games, and Mom and Dad wasn't buying no damn games. I say, you want that? You use your Christmas and birthday money to go buy that. And then when it came down to it, there was other stuff I wanted more than the video game to spend the money on.
Yeah, you had to go buy a new set of baseball cards to put on your bicycle to get that nice little sound.
Baseball cards and basketball cards. Those were my things.
Yeah.
I still got a pile of basketball cards and some baseball, but yeah. And then I'd save my money up and want to go. Had a buddy of mine, a couple of us, we would go get on the damn city bus and go to downtown in Orlando to what was the name of that? It was the big, huge arcade there downtown. Big arcade. And then we'd go over to the Altamont Mall, go in there and look at all the shoes we wanted, we couldn't afford, and other shit. And then we'd hop back on the bus for 50 cents and go back home.
Yeah, back when it was cool to walk around the mall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now it's hard to find a mall that's got anything worth going in for.
Yeah, they're all of them around us, man. We never go to them anymore. They even holiday time, I go looking for stuff for the kids and all that. I would go to J.C. Penney. They used to have some shirts that T-shirts and stuff all that I liked, and then my wife would go into the Dillard's, some of the other stuff, looking for stuff for her and everything. The kids always wanted to go to the shoe stores, the Foot Locker and all that. But they all suck anymore.
I remember being a kid, everybody had Nikes, and I'm sitting there with the 5 and dime store shoes. Finally, my parents break down and says, okay, you can go spend $75 on a pair of shoes at the mall. Yeah. I was able to get a pair of British Knights when they started becoming unpopular.
Unpopular. Oh, yeah. I had a pair of I had to use my Christmas money to buy me a pair of the Reebok pumps.
Oh,
yeah. When they had first come out, it's like everybody was wanting them. And, it's such a stupid ass gimmick. I look at it nowadays, but when I was a kid, it was like, damn, I want those. I got to have those.
Yeah, you had to have them.
I don't know what for, but I got to have them.
Because everybody else had them.
Right, yeah. Everybody else had them, and yeah.
And then Nike came out with their pump, so everybody had to go get rid of the Reebok ones, go get the Nike ones.
Get the Nike ones, yeah. Went through that stage too.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting over there in my British Knights or my 5 and dime store shoes.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell, I wore a lot of TG and Y shoes too.
My parents were all about that. You're just going to outgrow it in 6 months.
Yeah.
But I want to be cool for those 6 months.
Right. We got a little store down here. It's kind of like you go in, they'll buy like kids' clothes and shoes and stuff. That's all good shape and everything. And we'll go over there, carry the grandson stuff in, and I just give it to them, and then we'll they put it in their donation pile. Stuff, a lot of stuff he hadn't even worn. And we were over there. Me and the wife went by there one day after lunch about a month ago now, and they had his size shoe and a size bigger. I bought 2 pair of each because he doesn't eat them up. And one of them was a pair of, they were probably $60, $70 Nikes for a 5-year-old, right? You know, and they were like $6 or something. And got them the red and white ones, and got them a pair of black ones and whatever. And you know, children's place or something. The name of, not children's place. What is the name of that place? It was just up the road up here. And all these rich folk around us, the millionaires, they all, you know, buy all kind of shit, and then they don't never, the kids never wear it, you know. Stuff with tags still on it and all that. And we got him some Levi jeans and stuff like that. They get like $3-4 a pair for, and some of them he'll never wear. You know, he's always got so many damn clothes. But, and then we donate them off to the other foster parent groups and stuff nowadays and everything. But yeah, it's crazy how, you know, when you're kids, all the stuff that you want, and then when you get to be a grown up, it was like, you know, that was kind of stupid, but it was cool when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It was cool then. The old parachute pants and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Be out there on the scrap cardboard at the end of, I grew up on a dead end street, and we were at the end of it, and neighbors across from us, they were my age, and the kids, and Ray and Randy, and we would be out there with the cardboard on the street next to the skateboard ramps, and out there with the damn boom box going with whatever rap music or something going on, breakdance music, and there'd be 10, 15 other kids down there doing that stuff. And then you'd rip a pair and be like, Mom, I need another pair of these ripped. I'm sorry, I'm not spending, you know, and they weren't cheap back then.
No.
You know, for what they were expensive back then. I don't only imagine what they'd be today. They'd probably get $200 for a pair of them stupid things. Mom would be like, nope, I got you 2 pair. You already ripped one in 2 days. I'm not buying any more.
I
Bring them in here. I'll put a patch on them.
I laugh at these kids because they're running around grabbing champs. Was it champs or champion clothes?
Champion.
Thinking they're high dollar. And we were going to Kmart and buying them.
Yep. And now a Champion hoodie, man. You know, you look at them now, they're $70, $80 for a damn Champion hoodie, and it says Champion on it.
Right.
You know? And I'm like, well, I'm not, my boys, they always wanted hoodies. So did my oldest daughter. I'm not paying $70 for a damn hoodie because you're going to wear it for a week and then it'll go put away and you're going to want another one. Yeah. You got hoodies. What if we go over here and get you one for $12? It don't have Champion on it. Well, that's okay. I thought about getting me a screen printer or one of them iron-on things where I could make it and iron it on for them. Here's your Champion. But that's not the same. I mean, there's only so many ways you can weave cotton together to make a damn shirt.
But they don't have the receipt saying they're cool.
Right. Yeah. That's what which we took care of the kids. They had a lot of shit they didn't need, but I think all kids do. But yeah, it's